This video is brought to you by Movie Palette.
The Dark Lord Sauron forged in secret a master ring to control all others.
There is. So the ring's power is actually, you can control people with it. Obviously I know it like makes you invisible when you put it on as well, but it lets you control people. So they did say earlier that the elves were immortal, but I'm guessing they're immortal from aging and not from like physical damage in battle, because then you'd never lose a war. Then they'd never lose a war, would they? Oh wow! Sliced off the fingers, yeah. Oh, so that just killed him like that? Just losing the ring? Really? Obviously I know he's not like actually dead because he comes back, doesn't he?
But the hearts of men are easily corrupted. And the Ring of Power has a will of its own.
Yeah, it kind of influences the people that wield it, doesn't it?
And some things that should not have been forgotten were lost.
Yeah, it's like all these stories were kind of lost to time, just became myth and legend, yeah, just as she's saying.
When chance came, it ensnared a new bearer.
Andy Serkis as Gollum. I know he does such a great performance here, and the technology, the CGI, it revolutionized it. They make him so creepy there, like whiting out his eyes there.
For 500 years it poisoned his mind.
Oh, 500 years! I didn't realise he was that old.
It was picked up by the most unlikely creature imaginable.
What's this?
They kind of change that, don't they? Because in The Hobbit, Bilbo, he does this whole like mind trick on Gollum, doesn't he? Or maybe not, maybe that's the what's in my pocket, that riddle that he does. I remember that from the Hobbit movies. I can't remember if he just picks it up like that or does he like trick Gollum into giving it to him.
The third age of this world.
I love the architecture of the Hobbit holes as well, the rounded walls and the round doors.
There and back again. A Hobbit's tale.
It's just the world building, you know, you can display so much in just the architecture. All of this rich history.
It has been remarked by some that Hobbits' only real passion is for food.
They're just like me.
We have also developed a keen interest in the brewing of ales and the smoking of pipeweed.
They're just like me.
It is no bad thing to celebrate a simple life.
Yeah, exactly. Although Bilbo's life hasn't been that simple. It always is celebrating how simple it is now after his adventures before. Here's Frodo, Elijah Wood. Was this Elijah Wood's like first like big role, or did he have any others before this? I mean, it's obviously Elijah Wood's most famous role.
A wizard is never late, Frodo Baggins.
He arrives exactly when he intends.
He arrives precisely when he means to.
Oh, okay, I got the quote slightly wrong there.
You know Bilbo. He's got the whole place in an uproar.
Well, that should please him.
I mean, I know about all the forced perspective tricks, but like even that shot there, I'm like, how did they even pull that off?
He spends hours and hours poring over old maps when he thinks I'm not looking.
Is he like desiring for adventure again? It's weird because I feel like I kind of know The Hobbit story better than the actual Lord of the Rings at this point, because I watched those more recently. Obviously they're newer films.
If you're referring to the incident with the dragon, I was barely involved.
Been officially labelled a disturber of the peace.
Yeah, always encouraging them to go on adventures. I'm going on an adventure.
And what about very old friends?
Gandalf?
Yeah, how long has it actually been since they met?
111 years old, who would believe it? You haven't aged a day.
Because of the ring.
Tea? Or maybe something a little stronger. I've got a few bottles of the old Wynyard left.
It works so well, like, it's like seamless, the height difference.
Oh no, we're all right. I'm
Yeah, he's kind of yearning for his past life. He's retelling the story, writing his book probably doesn't help.
They've never forgiven me for living this long. I've got to get away from these confounded relatives hanging on the bell all day, never giving me...
They're after the inheritance.
I know I don't look it, but I'm beginning to feel it in my heart.
Yeah, he knows something's up. Oh, wow. We get it, you vape.
Go on, Sam. Ask Rosie for a dance.
Yeah, go on, Sam. Get in there. Build up the courage.
Oh, no, you don't.
I mean, another owl might help. Oh, wow. We just had Bonfire Night in the UK. Some of the fireworks now are crazy, but they're not that crazy. But you do wonder, like, how do they even make, like, heart-shaped ones and things like that?
Of all my numerous relations, you were the one Baggins that showed real spirit.
Bilbo, have you been at the Gaffer's home brew?
Yeah, he knows Frodo's pure of heart.
You'll be all right.
Yeah, he's gonna tell him something more there, wasn't he?
Tears in the ground.
Outside.
That was your idea.
It looked like it was dragon shapes. Yeah, it's like forming a dragon.
There's been a dragon in these parts for 1,000 years.
That's gonna give him some PTSD.
I don't know half of you half as well as I should like, and I like less than half of you half as well as you deserve.
Yeah, do the maths on that.
I have things to do.
He's just like constantly checking it's there, isn't he?
Bid you all a very fond farewell. Goodbye.
Do they all just think it's like a magic trick? Like, Gandalf is the only one here who really knows, like, what the power is, what the ring's capable of.
Wait, it's here in my pocket.
Yeah, he can't quite give it up, can he?
After all, why not? Why shouldn't I keep it?
You can even hear his voice changing a little bit.
My precious.
There we go.
It's been called that before, but not by you.
Business isn't of yours.
So he does actually know what ring it is. I can't remember if at the end of The Hobbit that he knew if Bilbo had it or not.
I am not trying to rob you. I'm trying to help you.
Yeah, he knows how corrupting it can be.
Bilbo, the ring is still in your pocket.
Yeah, it's just so hard for him to give up. Hear the music building up here.
And he lived happily ever after, to the end of his days.
I mean, giving up the ring is like giving up immortality, right? Yeah, even Gandalf is influenced by it a little bit.
For I will risk no hurt to the ring.
I know they have like so many different versions of the ring, because in a human's hand it's so big like that, and then when it was in Gandalf's hand it was tiny. But it does change size to fit whoever the wearer is.
The writing, which at first was as clear as red flame, has all but disappeared.
Yeah, what does the writing actually say and mean? I know it's like in Elvish, so I obviously wouldn't understand it, but they must translate it at some point.
Good night, sweet maiden of the golden ale.
Oh, I mind who you're sweet talking. Rosie knows an idiot when she sees one. Does she?
And he's worried. Yeah, someone's watching him. Someone's already here. Already ransacked the place. I mean, hopefully the envelope is inconspicuous enough that they wouldn't search it.
Is it secret? Is it safe?
Okay, yeah, it was just Gandalf.
What are you doing?
Was there a note in there for Frodo as well, though, from Bilbo that he's just missed?
There were markings. It's some form of Elvish. I can't read it.
Look at how it's reflecting onto his face as well.
The language is that of Mordor, which I will not utter here.
Oh, it's not Elvish, it's Mordorian or whatever their language is.
The spirit of Sauron endured. His life force is bound to the ring.
Yeah, so it's destroy the ring, destroy Sauron.
We keep it hidden. We never speak of it again. No one knows it's here, do they?
Do they?
I will choose this ring from a desire to do good,
But it was still corrupt.
but through me, it would wield a power too great and terrible to imagine.
Oh yeah, because he's like a more powerful being, I guess.
I must see the head of my order. He is both wise and powerful. Trust me, Frodo. You'll know what to do.
Oh, there is actually someone kind of above Gandalf, someone wiser.
You can learn all that there is to know about their ways in a month, and yet after 100 years, they can still surprise you.
He's always willing to do what's necessary. I mean, I know the other hobbits come along with him, Samwise and the others.
Samwise Gamgee, have you been eavesdropping?
I ain't been dropping no eaves, sir, honest. Nothing important. That is, I heard a good deal about a ring and a Dark Lord and something about the end of the world, but...
Yeah, not important at all.
The enemy has many spies in his service. Birds, beasts.
Yeah, you can't really trust anything. Do they do this whole thing bare feet? I know, like, hobbits, obviously, they're not humans, so maybe their feet are a bit tougher than ours.
If I take one more step, it'll be the farthest away from home I've ever been.
He's gonna go much further, though. Finally starting this journey. It's crazy, you know, they spend a lot of time at the start just setting up the world and everything before they actually go out on their adventure, start their hero's journey.
They're going to the harbour beyond the White Towers. To the Grey Havens.
And there's just so much world building.
Never to return.
Yeah, you know, I don't know what is and what isn't part of the extended editions. This feels like something that might be cut, you know?
For that is why you have come, is it not? My old friend.
Saruman.
Oh, it's Saruman who's the one who's kind of above him, okay.
They are not all accounted for, the lost seeing stones. We do not know who else may be watching.
Oh, you can look through and someone can look back, perhaps? Yeah, Saruman's evil, isn't he? He's been tempted in by Sauron.
Against the power of Mordor, there can be no victory.
If you can't beat them, join them, yeah. It's funny seeing their powers, like, I don't really know the constraints of their powers, but at the moment they're just kind of throwing each other around.
We're still in the Shire. What could possibly happen?
Never say what could possibly happen, because there's something's bound to happen. Oh, is it, you know, they said to keep off the roads. Is this the main road they're on here? Yeah, look at that, the dolly zoom. Just to give that sense of dread. This is like their first brush with real danger. It's really setting the tension here. Oh! Oh, there's loads of bugs. Frodo's like getting possessed or something there. Oh, he's been tempted to put it on. He nearly put it on. But Samwise is there to hold him back. That was just like Hunt for the Wilder People. Yeah, I think when they have it kind of round as a necklace, I think that's kind of when it's safest. Because when he like fell down the hill there, I was worried like, did it just pop out his pocket, you know? And it's a bit harder to like get to if it's like under a shirt on a necklace to put your finger in. So Saruman called the Black Riders the Nine. When I thought of that, I thought of like the 9 humans, but they would all be dead at this point, wouldn't they?
Buckleberry Ferry. Follow me.
See, although they characterize the hobbits as quite timid and simple, they're kind of very willing to do what's necessary for what's right, you know? Like even Merry and Pippin, they just got roped into this, and all of a sudden they're like, okay, I know what to do, let's go to this ferry. The screeches from the horse as well, they make for some great like sound design to be really eerie.
What do you want?
There's some great bit of world building.
Excuse me.
Can I have a beer, please? You got ID?
Underhill. My name's Underhill.
Yeah, they're all searching for Baggins. It's best to keep your identity hidden.
This, my friend, is a pint. It comes in pints.
Oh, I can get you one.
Oh yeah, for them a pint is huge.
That fellow's done nothing but stare at you since we arrived.
Yeah, there's people you can't trust. But people are noticing. Yeah, he needs to like constantly keep it in his pocket rather than just fiddling it with like that.
He's over there. Frodo Baggins. He's my son.
I don't know if that's Merry or Pippin, but they're giving it all away. I feel like this Strider might actually be a friend. Oh, really? And now everyone's drawn to him. He's put this whole town at risk, potentially.
I see.
The Eye of Sauron. I've heard that in the book, the eye wasn't actually a physical thing. It is like a metaphor for the people looking at him. People like him, Sauron being able to see through animals and things.
Who are you? Are you frightened?
Oh, this is Viggo Mortensen. Yeah. Yeah, they're almost like ghostly. They leave this fog behind them, don't they?
There were once men, great kings of men. Then Sauron the Deceiver gave to them 9 rings of power.
Oh, it is the 9 humans.
One by one, falling into darkness.
Are they like not even human anymore at this point?
Not stop till nightfall.
What about breakfast?
We've already had it.
We've had one, yes. What about second breakfast?
There we go.
Pippin.
I wouldn't call an apple breakfast though. I don't know. The second breakfast, can it be smaller? Just an apple?
What orders from Mordor, my lord?
The practical effects on like the orcs are so cool. And there's like so many of them. They have to make so many unique designs.
The roots go deep.
Rip them all down.
And look at that, it's like the evil ones are the ones ripping down trees, the symbolism there for like the environment, you know. Nature is good and the evil is ripping out the nature.
Back you devils!
Oh, look at that, Samwise is the first one to attack. Oh, he might have to use it to escape. But they're still going to be drawn to it, aren't they? It's cool, it's like, it's inverted almost, this world. They're all in white here. And you can see their like true forms, them as the kings. Does that stab affect into the real world as well? Okay, yeah, so he was actually like stabbed through the shoulder.
This is beyond my skill to heal. He needs elvish medicine.
Okay, yeah, keep going to the elves. Oh, I hate moths. This moth's obviously a good guy, but I still hate moths. There's one time I was on my phone at night, just sitting on my bed, and there's a moth in the room, so it was like this, and it was attracted to the light from my phone, and just flew into my mouth, and traumatized ever since. Oh, those are the ones that... Yeah, Bilbo's trolls. Yeah, they said elves can help, so the elves will come to them. Or an elf. I mean, they need to get him away as quick as possible. Look at him, he's like all floppy as well, though. Not exactly a smooth ride. Oh, can they not cross water? Okay, that's a good thing to know. Oh, no, they are. Okay. Maybe it was just the horses reacting to the water, yeah. Oh, she's got her elvish magic. Wow. That's really powerful, actually. Just be able to summon all of that water. Oh, it's like horses. Okay. A stampede of water. You're giving them credit for the CGI for when this came out as well. This was... I know the extended edition was 2002. I don't know if they improved the CGI between the editions, you know?
There is only one Lord of the Ring. Only one who can bend it to his will.
Yeah, I mean, it's just playing safe, isn't it? If you know Sauron is gonna take over the world, you might as well team up with him. Some people find it's better to team up with them instead of fight them. They do love a good, like, gorgeous landscape shot, don't they? Again, like, the storytelling in the architecture is much more ornate, the elvish one. And Bilbo, yeah. Yeah, he said he would go to be with the elves, didn't he? And you can see how much he's aged just then. Just in that time. Is it like the age catching up with him, you know? Will he have like accelerated aging now that he's away from it?
I spent all my childhood pretending I was off somewhere else. Off with you on one of your adventures.
Now he actually is out on an adventure.
I'm not like you, Bilbo.
Not built for adventure. At least he doesn't think so yet.
We got the ring this far to Rivendell, and I thought, seeing as how you're on the mend, we'd be off soon.
Yeah, he just wants to get back to peace and quiet of the Shire.
You're right, Sam. We did what we set out to do.
Elijah Wood, he's just got these big, expressive eyes, doesn't he?
Big anime eyes.
But I think it also makes him feel like another creature, you know, he's a hobbit, he's not a human. Not as an insult to Elijah himself, but it kind of helps with that.
This evil cannot be concealed by the power of the elves. We do not have the strength to fight both Mordor and Isengard.
Need to gather everyone they can, elves, humans, anyone is good.
I was there the day the strength of men failed.
Isildur, hurry! Follow me.
Yeah, they had the chance to destroy it then. Okay, yeah, so there's more to this story.
Cast it into the fire!
We didn't know he was already there, ready to destroy it.
Isildur! Should have ended that day, but evil was allowed to endure.
Isildur isn't really the hero everyone thinks.
There is one who could unite them. One who could reclaim the throne of Gondor.
He has chosen exile.
Yeah, Strider. It's Aragorn, his actual name, isn't it? We just known him as Strider up until this point. Oh, that's the sword itself. Wow. He probably shouldn't be handling it, should he?
Still sharp.
Yeah, still sharp enough to cut them. They've kept it well preserved.
No more than a broken head.
Is he wanting to, you know, take up that role, become a hero, wield the sword again? Will it come back, this broken sword? Obviously it's sharp enough to damage Sauron, so maybe they could use it again. Is it approved, a human and an elf relationship? Will they be outcast because of it, perhaps?
You said you'd bind yourself to me, forsaking the immortal life.
Oh, really? He gives up the immortal life. I mean, that's probably better, actually. It's better to live and die with him rather than to just watch him die and have to move on after, live on without him.
Strangers from distant lands, friends of old.
All of these shots have been gorgeous as well. That one back then and this in the bathed in the sunlight. The sound effects to go along with it are great. They're kind of ringing.
It is a gift. A gift to the foes of Mordor. Why not use this ring?
Oh yeah, use its power to defeat them.
This is Isildur's heir. And heir to the throne of Gondor.
Oh, he's actually heir to the throne.
Gondor has no king.
Oh, I thought Boromir was Gondor's king here. But he's kind of the de facto leader. The Prime Minister, I guess, or the President.
What are we waiting for?
Yeah. That would never work. You can see how it's kind of connected to Frodo there.
One does not simply walk into Mordor.
There it is. One does not simply walk into Mordor.
The ring must be destroyed.
I suppose you think you're the one to do it.
And if we fail, what then? What happens when Sauron takes back what is his?
Yeah, it's just the power, the corrupting kind of. Oh, that's great seeing the reflections in it.
I will take it.
Yeah, he's the one stepping up to the challenge.
I will help you bear this burden, Frodo Baggins.
Yeah, you need some help.
You have my sword.
And you have my bow.
And my axe.
Yeah, they're all supporting him. You can already see Gimli and Legolas's rivalry a bit here.
Frodo's not going anywhere without me.
No, indeed, it is hardly possible to separate you, even when he is summoned to a secret council.
Samwise always eavesdropping.
You need people of intelligence on this sort of mission.
Well, that rules you out, Pip.
9 companions. You shall be the Fellowship of the Ring.
Roll credits. There we go. Title drop.
The skill of the elves can reforge the Sword of Kings. But only you have the power to wield it.
Yeah, they're going to reforge it for him. He's begrudging at the moment, but he's got to step up eventually, yeah.
Let me see you put it on. Come on.
Oh, wait, but I know there's that jump scare. Yeah, I knew it was coming, so I wasn't as surprised.
Mordor, Gandalf. Is it left or right?
Left.
I mean, when you get close enough to see it, you can see it's a big mountain in the distance, but yeah. She's got to show back up later, right? You can't waste Liv Tyler as well on a small role. She's got to be a big part in the whole trilogy. The music's so great, isn't it? You're going to have their mini journey at the start, but this is the start of the true journey, I guess. And they're playing into the epicness of that.
We must hold this course west of the Misty Mountains for 40 days.
Yeah, like, how long does it actually take to Mordor? It's like 40 days just for this mountain.
That's good, Pippin. Thanks. Faster.
Yeah, they've got no battle experience at all, do they?
I would not take the road to Moria unless I had no other choice.
Why is that? And will they have no other choice?
Sorry.
Get him!
The hobbits like to play dirty. They're right down low, easy to knock people over, I guess.
What is that?
Nothing, it's just a wisp of cloud.
It's moving fast.
Nah, that's not a good sign, like a bunch of birds flocking somewhere. You know, like a flock of birds like that is usually a sign like a natural disaster is coming or something, but this is just there hunting them or something. Don't get tempted by it. We already saw Boromir was tempted before.
I cannot.
It looks like Boromir might betray them at some point.
So, Gandalf, you tried to lead them over Garadras.
Oh, so they did actually see them.
If the mountain defeats you, will you risk a more dangerous road?
Yeah, they're kind of influencing him, forcing him into a more dangerous path. Oh yeah, Legolas can just walk across it normally because he's so light, isn't he? No! That's exactly what Saruman wants, though. Yeah, so Saruman's doing it all the way from over there. Does this tower like enhance, like maybe enhance the range of what he does? Yeah, right on top of them. And that's the end. They all died, buried alive.
You know what they awoke in the darkness of Khazad-dûm. Shadow and flame.
I'm forgetting the name of that monster. Obviously I know that design. But yeah, if they go through, they're gonna have to deal with it.
We cannot stay here! This will be the death of the hobbits!
Frodo?
I don't know, I feel like the hobbits would be good with dealing with the cold for some reason.
You feel its power growing, don't you? I felt it too.
It's getting stronger and stronger, and the stronger it gets, the more it will attract enemies.
Who then do I trust?
You must trust.
And perhaps people on the team. I think he can trust Samwise and the other hobbits.
What do you suppose that means?
Oh, it's quite simple. If you want a friend, you speak the password and the doors will open.
Will Gimli know the password? I would have thought you'd have to speak it in Dwarvish or Dwarven. Feels like there's something in this water. These shots across the water, you know, it's one of those shots that make it look like there's something watching. Oh, they could be disturbing something in the water.
What's the Elvish word for friend?
Melon.
Melon. Yeah, that's what, I don't know. That seems like quite a simple riddle. I was thinking that, just say whatever the word for friend was, but I thought it would be in the Dwarven language, not in Elven.
Roaring fires, malt beer, red meat off the bone.
It all seems abandoned though.
This is no mine. It's a tomb.
Yeah, all of them wiped out. Is it by the beast that they awakened or something else?
Should never have come here.
Now get out of here! Get out!
Well, actually, is it in the water? Oh, it's like, yeah, so it's like an octopus monster or something.
Get out there!
They still call him Strider, not Aragorn. You can see how much they trust him though as well. They call for him for help and not Gandalf actually. Yeah, it's just like an octopus kind of design.
Into the mines!
Yeah, they've got no choice now. It's really hard to see the design of this monster. I want to see more of it. It looks like it kind of had a face. It looks almost, kind of reminds me of a spider design a bit. I don't know, the way the body was, the main body.
Quietly now. It's a 4-day journey to the other side.
Yeah, 4 days in this darkness. And we know they've unleashed this beast and there's goblins about somewhere.
The wealth of Moria was not in gold or jewels, but mithril.
Oh, okay. That's what his chainmail armor was made of, isn't it? Like super light but super sturdy. I'm hoping it's not always just Merry and Pippin, their clumsiness getting them into trouble. Oh, it's Gollum. Gollum's here.
He will never be rid of his need for it.
It's a pity Bilbo didn't kill him when he had the chance.
It was pity that stayed Bilbo's hand.
Yeah, exactly. You can't be too eager. Well, I can't exactly remember the exact quote, but it's like, it's hard to kill someone, but it's even harder to let them live and forgive them, you know? It takes a bigger man not to kill.
Gollum has some part to play yet, for good or ill, before this is over.
They kept his design in mystery as well.
The great realm and dwarf city of Dwellodelph.
They do a great job of building up the locations and the epicness of them, like combined with the music there, just for that reveal.
Here lies Balin, son of Hundin, Lord of Moria.
If they're all wiped out, is there now a new Lord of Moria? Is it passed down to Gimli?
A shadow moves in the dark. You cannot get out.
Oh yeah, died as he was writing it. And that was where they were sitting before, so they are close.
Get back! Take off the gander!
They've had a bit of training now. That is like a very weak door though, doesn't it?
There is one dwarf yet in Moria who still draws breath.
Yeah, he's got a vendetta now. They're like holding off on the reveal, showing the designs. Yeah, all the hobbits as well going into battle, you know, showing their bravery. Yeah, there it is. You gotta take some strength to pull that over as well. Yeah, Aragorn saved him a little bit there. Helped him out. They had this little bit of a rivalry. Hopefully they can amend that. And that grave's openness might spur Gimli on even more than he already was. Okay, so the orc definitely has some intelligence, you know, using weapons and things. When you're that close, can you just get it in the eye? Yeah, I didn't like that, and it was gonna be right there. Oh, really? Oh, no, he's got the mithril chainmail, doesn't he? Although it probably still would cause a lot of damage. What's Gimli gonna think seeing him have the mithril as well? I mean, he's still passed out there though. I guess we never technically saw him put it on. Was that right in the eye? Or like in his mouth? Kind of hard to tell. And this music, it sounds like a more somber version of that main theme. Or like some leitmotifs from that main theme maybe in there. Yeah, even if the chainmail, you know, it stops the piercing of it, there's still like the physical impact, you know, all concentrated on that one point.
Mithril. You are full of surprises, Master Baggins.
Look at that, that's just a single bit of light that was going in, illuminating the tomb. Oh yeah, it's coming out the ground, they're everywhere. There's some shots like that where, you know, it must be mostly or even completely CGI, but because it's so dark, it kind of blends it well, you know? The visibility is already low, you can't see any of the low-res detail, perhaps. Oh, those are cool. That's a cool design, like the eyes. The beast that was awoken.
A Balrog.
Balrog, okay. And the Balrog's design is very much like devil inspired as well.
This foe is beyond any of you.
Yeah, his wording there, this foe is beyond any of you, but not beyond himself. Oh, they're being shot at as well. Just add one more thing to their mix, you know? Yeah, we've already seen how great Legolas is. And it's even further to jump now. I feel like dwarves especially probably won't be good at jumping.
Nobody tosses a dwarf.
Yeah, it nearly didn't make it. They do a great job of like hyping up all of these beasts. The Balrog here, and with the cave troll earlier as well. Oh, really? I hope it leans forwards the way they need to go.
Come on!
That could have like knocked over the bit they were standing on though, couldn't it? Here it is. It's such a cool design, like bathed in flame, you know.
Dark fire will not avail you! Flame of Udun!
Oh, it's got like a flame sword as well.
Go back to the shadow!
Yeah, you can just generate different weapons.
You shall not pass!
Yeah, they're gonna fake you out with it, with the whip.
Fly, you fools!
They probably could have actually got to him to help him up there as well, though. Not as dramatic, though. Fly, you fools, and it's not run, you fools, like a lot of people think. Oh god, and they're still being shot at. There's these wide shots here, which I'm assuming are CGI. I think they are CGI, you can tell. But I think they do a good job of keeping like the character movement looking good. You know, there's a good chance it could have just been really janky, but it's quite believable. And the thing is, they've all of the hobbits, they've known Gandalf since they were kids, really, haven't they?
Give them a moment, for pity's sake!
By nightfall, these hills will be swarming with orcs. We must reach the woods of Lothlorien.
Yeah, they need to keep going. It's difficult, but you need to keep moving.
They say that a great sorceress lives in these woods.
Oh, really? An elf witch. It's not going to be Arwen, is it?
Coming to us is as the footsteps of doom. You bring great evil here.
Yeah, so they don't like that he's bringing the evil here. That might be the same in a few more locations as well. They met with hostility.
Gandalf's death was not in vain, nor would he have you give up hope. You carry a heavy burden, Frodo.
Yeah, you have to go commit to it now for his sake. Use that as encouragement to finish the journey. That is just gorgeous. You know, they said it was home to the Lady of the Light, but the lighting is amazing.
Gandalf the Grey did not pass the borders of this land. He has fallen into shadow.
Can she read minds, or is she just like reading it off his facial expression?
Let the great emptiness of Khazad-dûm fill your heart, Gimli, son of Gloin.
I thought she was going to say there were some survivors in Moria.
What now becomes of this fellowship? Without Gandalf, hope is lost.
Is it? They can still finish their mission. They still have to.
A lament for Gandalf.
Yeah, they're going to honour him in some way.
Will you look into the mirror?
What will I see?
What does it reveal? Returns to the Shire, he's seeing, perhaps? Or the destruction of it. Gives him something to save, though. You know, how set in stone is this what he's seeing? Oh, it's even been drawn in. Look at that.
It is what will come to pass if you should fail.
Yeah, only if he should fail.
He will try to take the ring. You know of whom I speak.
Yeah, Boromir. Unless there's a twist and it's someone else who will try and take it. but I can't really see who else it would be.
You would have a queen, not dark but beautiful and terrible as the moon.
Still terrible though. Yeah, you can't just go entrusting it to anyone. Even her, who is so pure, craves after it.
You are a ring bearer, Frodo. To bear a ring of power is to be alone.
He's not alone though, you know, he's got everyone helping him along the way. She's one of the keepers of the elven ones, yeah.
One of the halflings carries something of great value. Bring them to me alive.
Okay, alive at least. But only the halflings, yeah.
One small bite is enough to fill the stomach of a grown man.
How many did you eat? 4.
They're great for comic relief, these two, aren't they? You do need to have a bit of that in there.
Seldom do orcs journey the open under the sun, yet these have done so.
Yeah, they're not nocturnal like other orcs.
My gift for you, Legolas, is a bow of the Galadrim.
Yeah, they've been collecting all of these like mystical items along the way. Frodo's got his mithril chainmail, doesn't he?
And for you, Samwise Gamgee, elven rope made of heathline.
Thank you, my lady.
Got to keep a note of everything else that they're given, because obviously it's going to come back up later, all of these items.
I give you the light of Erendir, our most beloved star.
Okay, so I'm guessing you can use that to illuminate things in a dark cave and things like that.
I asked her for one hair from her golden head. She gave me 3.
3, wow. What's he done with the hairs? Maybe braid it into his braid? I know a majority of this was filmed in New Zealand, but were like all of these shots, even these big landscapes, was this all New Zealand as well? Or did they have some pickup shots in different locations around the world? Oh, that's Gotham there, isn't it? Still following.
There is no strength in Gondor that can avail us.
You were quick enough to trust the elves. You have so little faith in your own people.
They're not really his people though. I don't know if he was exiled, but he hasn't been around Gondor, has he? He hasn't been there.
I will not lead the ring within 100 leagues of your city.
Oh, we're gonna have to go there eventually anyway. They'll find their way there somehow.
Long have I desired to look upon the kings of old. My kin.
Just the world building is so great. All of these locations and all of this history. Oh, but even those birds that should be a sign of like goodness and nature, you're just like, oh, Sauron looking on. Any sense that something's wrong? Both Boromir and Frodo seem like something was up there.
Pay no heed to that, young hobbit.
Where's Frodo?
Oh! All of that, I didn't realise Frodo wasn't there. I'm drawn up to these ruins. I just wonder, like, with this, they obviously built the giant head behind him, but do they build big trees or just film somewhere where there's like redwoods, like giant trees?
You suffer. I see it day by day. Are you sure you do not suffer needlessly?
Yeah, it's like the ring affecting him.
Other paths that we might take.
I know what you would say.
Let him take the ring.
It could have been mine! It should be mine! Give it to me! Give it to me! No! Give me the ring!
You hear his voice like warping there. Every time Frodo uses it, it makes it worse, doesn't it? He gets more addicted to it.
Frodo?
Is that him snapped out of it, or him just trying a different tactic now, playing sad?
Frodo, I'm sorry!
This like shadow world effect whenever he puts the ring on is really cool as well. But of course he's put it on, it's gonna be attracting more evil now as well. Sauron has sensed it. And knows exactly where he is potentially. He's seen him.
It has taken Boromir.
Where is the ring?
Stay away!
Frodo!
Yeah, he doesn't trust anyone now. Oh.
Run!
Is he going to be the white hand one now? Yeah, here he is. Uruk-hai. And this sword is just like his regular sword, right? It's not the reforged one that Isildur had. But if this one breaks, potentially, you know, gives him the opportunity to get that one. And where's Boromir as well? Will he come back to his senses and help out, or continue to betray them? See, he can use the ring to hide, but it also alerts Sauron, so he's kind of hiding from the immediate, but not from the future.
He's leaving.
He doesn't want to put them at risk as well, you know?
Run, Frodo. Go.
Hey! Hey, you! Over here!
Yeah, causing the distraction. I hope Merry and Pippin get out of this okay, though. I feel like maybe they would they kill them off? Or Boromir's gonna save them? Legolas, he's just like so efficient, isn't he? He just wiped out like 6, 7 of them there. I mean, like, Merry and Pippin, they've got their training in battle now as well. They are holding their own. There's just so many of them, aren't there? I mean, you know, is the meme with Sean Bean is always the first one to die. That gives everyone a bit of a vendetta against Uruk-hai, because he was the one to do that blow. You know, he kind of, Boromir fell into darkness a little bit, had his redemption a bit there as well, saving Merry and Pippin. And he's still going. Save them as long as he can. They've got their daggers too. Oh yeah, of course, they want to take all the halflings alive. They're taking them alive, okay. Yeah, I was like, we can't leave Boromir without him having like a final word to Aragorn. It's convenient that they're shaped like that, those shields. That perfect head hole for him so it didn't decapitate him. Oh, just straight up took one of his arms. Oh, okay. So he killed him. I thought he was going to be a bit of a bigger villain, a mini boss kind of thing. I mean, he was a bit, but I thought he'd last a bit longer, actually.
The world of men will fall, and all will come to darkness, and my city to ruin.
Oh, you don't want to go out on such a pessimistic note.
I do not know what strength is in my blood, but I swear to you, I will not let the White City fall.
Yeah, give him a bit of hope.
My captain, my king.
So I guess a rescue mission for Merry and Pippin is in order? Yeah, there's no way Frodo's actually going off on his own. Samwise would never let him, would he?
All you have to decide is what to do with the time that is given to you.
Yeah, make the most of your life. That music is so great. That like violin, string work.
I'm going to Mordor alone.
Of course you are. And I'm coming with you.
You can't swim.
If you're gonna be alone, might as well do it together.
Sam!
That sounds like nearly gonna drown because of this. Just to show, you know, his resolve. Yeah, there's the friendship.
I made a promise, Mr. Frodo. A promise. Don't you leave him, Samwise Gamgee. And I don't mean to.
I love his accent.
Frodo's fate is no longer in our hands.
Okay, so they're all separated.
We will not abandon Merry and Pippin to torment and death. Not while we have strength.
Yeah. Rescue mission for Merry and Pippin, and then reunite the rest of the Fellowship.
Travel light. Let us hunt some orc.
He wants the battle. Yeah, it seems like a good kind of ending point for this first movie. The way they split up the book. Just there when the team split up as well. Okay, back to these mountains. These are the ones they tried to cross earlier, aren't they? Or is it a different mountain? I suppose it could be. Okay, recapping the first part. What happened to Gandalf? Because the Mines of Moria were kind of beneath this mountain, weren't they? Shall not pass. Great moment. So we're actually seeing what happened to Gandalf when he gets pulled under here. It's so deep. Okay, so he just follows it down and kills it with the sword. That's so cool, him like falling through the air like that with the sword in his hand. How deep is this? They're still falling. Yeah, it looked like it stabbed him right through the head there. Oh wow. Oh, there's some water to catch the fall, but falling at that speed is still gonna... It probably still would kill you.
Gandalf!
So he had a vision of that. Does he know that Gandalf is still alive then? Was that a vision that Gandalf sent to him somehow? There it is, there's the title, Two Towers. Oh, what's that?
Grab it, Mr. Frodo!
It's like a little case with something in it. Oh, is it a little trinket for Rosie?
It's the best salt in all the Shire. It is special.
If it's special to Sam, then it is special, yeah.
It's a little bit of home.
Yeah, that nostalgia.
We can't leave this here for someone to follow us down. Who's gonna follow us down here, Mr. Frodo?
Gollum, yeah, Gollum's still on their towel. We haven't actually got to meet Gollum properly.
It's one of my knots. Won't come free in a hurry.
Does it do that because it's the elvish rope that he got? It kind of fits your needs a little bit. If you need it to stay tight, it does. And then if you need it to come loose like that, it does.
I don't think Gandalf meant for us to come this way. He didn't mean for a lot of things to happen, Sam.
Yeah. I don't think you can be too lost. As long as you can see where Mordor is, you just kind of travel in that general direction, don't you? Yeah, and he keeps just getting these visions of the eye seeing him.
Lambus bread. And look. More lambus bread.
I mean, at least it like gives you the sustenance you need. You know, they said it fills you up. The tiniest bit fills you up just to bite. It's just more practical than it is flavorful. Oh, here he is. I can't wait to like get to fully see his design, you know, the great CG and motion capture by Andy Serkis. Yeah, I guess Gollum could just come while they're sleeping and nab their ring off them.
Curse them. We hate them. It's hard it is.
Look at how skinny he is and bony. So they were just faking it to capture him. There he is up close. It looks like they'd used real hands there, maybe. Like practical effects for the hands in that shot. Ooh, that's bad on his neck as well.
This is Sting. You've seen it before, haven't you, Gollum?
Yeah, he's seen it with Bilbo. Yeah, on the close-ups, Gollum looks so good. Especially like the skin texture. Well, I can't remember what they kind of revolutionized with Gollum. Was it the subsurface scattering on his skin that made him look so realistic?
Burns us. It freezes.
Oh, the elven robe, it like damages him.
I do pity him.
Yeah. And that's changed his tune. It's funny how he talks like there's two of them. He says us instead of like myself, you know.
We swears to serve the master of the precious.
You can see, you know, obviously it's not perfect nowadays compared to nowadays standards, but it is still really good, the CGI. I mean, it just depends on what the shot is, you know. There's some where he looks a bit blurrier or it doesn't quite blend in as well. But then there's some shots where it looks really good. I think especially up close.
Us in our sleep.
I don't think that looks as good there, but when he was like really up close, I think it looked better. And that's probably just because they're different models for the close-ups that were more detailed, right?
You've been there before.
Yes.
Yeah, so he will be the guide to Mordor.
Won't go back. Not there. Not to him. He can't make us.
Yeah, it's almost like he's got this split personality, isn't it? One half of him wants to get there and another half doesn't want to return.
Thousands of orcs, and always the great eye watching.
I do wonder, like, with the split personality, is one like Smeagol, his like old human form, and the other this kind of like new Gollum personality that's been infected by the ring? Oh yeah, and I don't. These orcs, they're actually, the group of orcs is called the Uruk-hai. Uruk-hai wasn't just that one orc's name. I had that confused before, I think. Because Uruk-hai, they are a combination of like orcs. They're like this mixed breed, aren't they?
Saruman will have his prize. We will deliver them.
But they've got the wrong prize, really. Merry and Pippin aren't the ones they're really after.
My friend is sick. He needs water. Please.
Yeah, you don't want them to die before they get there.
You want some? Huh?
Well, I'll give it to you.
What the old Supremo?
You want some or what?
You read?
You want some
They're
or what?
fantastic.
If you want some, I'll give it you.
Yeah, what even was that? It didn't look like water. It looked like some alcohol or something.
Fine. It was just an act.
An act?
Okay, why would he be acting that out though? Oh, it's using that somehow. Can he get? Oh, just to give them something to track. That's smart. I was like, can he use that to get out somehow?
Their pace is quickened. They must have caught our scent.
Aragorn's really good just listening to the ground like that. Wow.
3 days of night's pursuit. No food. No rest.
And Gimli's got shorter legs, you know. It's harder for him. These landscapes are so great. Like, especially with the epic music over the top as well, you know.
They may yet be alive.
Less than a day ahead of us.
So they were that far ahead and they still, Aragorn could still hear their footprints. That's crazy.
Dwarves are natural sprinters! very dangerous over short distances.
Yeah, like short and energetic, very explosive in their movement, but long distance, yeah, it's no good. Built like a rugby player, you know? Good for explosive short distance.
Rohan, home of the Horse Lords.
Can they get some horses? That would save some time and energy.
Who now has the strength to stand against the armies of Isengard?
Yeah, both of them working together now. Isengard and Mordor.
To stand against the might of Sauron and Saruman, and the union of the two towers.
Okay, so one of the towers was Saruman's tower, and the other tower is the Eye, yeah. So they are kind of the two, like there's the physical two towers, but also it's kind of a metaphor that Sauron and Saruman are the two towers themselves. Like the two towers of evil, I guess. The two pillars even. Oh, that's so creepy and unsettling. It makes you kind of claustrophobic the way you couldn't breathe through it, you know?
He will fight for you. Swear it.
So I guess it's some human followers now, makes sense. I assume that was a human.
You will die for Saruman.
And they're probably just joining for their own protection, aren't they?
You must ride to Edoras and raise the alarm. Do you understand me?
Yes, Mama.
Yeah, just all of these normal people getting displaced. She said about raising the alarm. Raising an alarm that can alert, like, everyone in Middle-earth, or what?
Find the king's son!
And Carl Urban, yeah.
These orcs are not from Mordor.
My Lord Eomer! Over here!
So is he from Rohan? They all have the kind of EO at the start of their name. Almor. Or Ealmor. I need to figure out how to pronounce that.
Why do you lay these troubles on an already troubled mind?
Just look at this guy immediately. He just looks slimy and untrustworthy.
Your warmongering.
Warmongering?
War is already upon us.
When all the men are dead, you will take your share of the treasure.
Oh, he's in love with her. He promised him her.
Long have you watched my sister. Too long have you haunted her steps.
Where would she ever want to go with him? Just the way he acts immediately.
Your orders mean nothing.
This order does not come from me. It comes from the king.
I mean, the king is he's just a puppet to Grima at that point, right? Like, he was just mumbling little things. No one could actually understand what he's saying. Grima can just say, hey, this is what the king said, you know? That's what the relationship seems like.
They run as if the very whips of their masters were behind them.
Yeah, it's like the orcs, they're being given power, aren't they? From Saruman or Sauron or something.
Not going no further till we've had a breather.
Okay, they do need a rest.
Folk used to say there was something in the water that made the trees grow tall and come alive.
Oh, Ents, yeah. And all of this deforestation is gonna come back and bite them in the butt, maybe?
Why can't we have some meat?
Well, they can't have them. They're the prisoners.
They are not for eating.
Some infighting starting here, perhaps.
What about their legs? They don't need those.
Oh, yeah, that's true. They don't need... I mean, they need to keep them alive.
Alive and unspoiled.
Unspoiled, okay.
They think we have the ring. Shh. As soon as they find out we don't, we're dead.
Yeah, that's what's keeping them alive.
Just a mouthful. A bit off the flank.
Yeah.
Looks like meat's back on the menu, boys.
There we go, meat's back on the menu. Heard that before. So they're actually they're killing those other orcs, yeah.
Let's go.
Or gives them a chance to escape. I don't think they'll get far though.
No one's gonna save you now.
Who is it? That feels like exactly when Aragorn's gonna show up. Oh no, it's someone else. At least the Rohan. They're all on horseback, so I assume so. They're doing a good job here. They caught them by surprise, of course. Yeah, they need to be careful though, they're not just roped in with the lot.
The red sun rises. Blood has been spilled this night.
But not the blood of no hobbits. They play well into the intimidation tactics surrounding them. It's really intimidating with the horses.
What business does an elf, a man, and a dwarf have in the Riddermark? Speak quickly.
I mean, he's rightfully distrustworthy of people.
Dwarf. If it stood but a little higher from the ground.
You would die before your stroke fell.
They need to ease his tension of here, just simmer it down. They're all on the same side.
Did you see 2 hobbits with them?
They would be small. Only children to your eyes.
We left none alive.
There's no way they actually killed them. They must have just rolled away into the forest or something. Oh wow, yeah. That's not complete evidence that it's them dead. Oh, he is just this great tracker. Can you tell what happened? Oh, they've got the rope, yeah. He escaped. Yeah, there's this little bit of forest right there next to them. I saw that before. They just ran off into there. That's great. Did they get, like, kids as body doubles for that or something? I do always wonder how they put off the Hobbit effects, you know?
What madness drove them in there?
Yeah, just by the design of the forest there, you can tell it's no good. It just seems like a maze you'd get lost in forever in there, right?
I'm gonna rip out you filthy little idiots!
And they don't have their daggers on them anymore, do they? You know, they talked about the Ents earlier. I'm expecting one of these trees to just be like, "Oi, what are you doing climbing at me?" The thing is, they can't really fight him. He's got much more range on them. He's so much taller, longer arms. And he's got that sword he's carrying. Yeah, look! The eyes are open.
Run, Mary!
But yeah, it's just kind of acting indiscriminately because they woke him up.
Don't encourage it.
Treebeard, some call me.
Treebeard. Very simple name.
I am on nobody's side. Nobody cares for the woods anymore.
But there's people that care less for the woods than others.
The White Wizard will know.
White Wizard.
So he's just taking them to the White Wizard anyway? Or is that when Gandalf comes back as Gandalf the White? You know, the movie did open with that sequence of Gandalf.
The way through the marshes. Orcs don't use it. Orcs don't know it.
Orcs might be too heavy anyway.
I hate this place. It's too quiet. Hasn't been
It's quite open and low as well.
Famished! Yes, famished we are, precious.
They gotta give him a bit of bread, yeah. Just like spaghetti.
Nice.
It tries to choke us. We must stop.
He's just so dramatic, little drama queen.
Yeah, if we should die. Not like Master.
Yeah, don't let it come too close.
Let's go.
Don't touch me.
Yeah, you can never let Gollum get too close. I mean, how did Gollum live for all of those years in a cave, you know? We're just capturing birds?
There are dead things. Dead faces in the water.
Or the ones that tried to make it across before.
Let's go down to join the dead ones and light little candles of their own.
Oh god, I'm half expecting the eyes to open and like hands to come out and grab them or something potentially. Oh, definitely there's gonna be a jump scare.
Frodo!
Or is it just a vision? He's being like called in. Yeah, it's all spirits in the water. Oh, he's completely surrounded. It's actually Gollum who pulled him out. I was just going to say that how many times has Samwise helped Frodo out of water? Or it was the other way around in the last film, actually.
Follow the lights.
Gollum, Mr. Frodo!
Yeah, Gollum's protecting the Rings Master. But that does give him a little bit of credibility and trust there. That's not a good sign, him just stroking it. You can see it's taking an effect on Frodo.
You were not so very different from a hobbit once, were you?
Yeah, there's still some of the humanity left in there, even if it's buried deep. Just as they were getting through to him a little bit. Oh, it's the Nine. How can they get across the bog though? Or is it just they can see them? Or are they like that mystical that the horses can just go over the air or something, you know? Oh, what is that? Okay. It's like a dragon. But its face was weird, it was like a worm.
The trees are speaking to each other.
Gimli. Lower your axe.
Yeah, he's putting them on edge.
They have feelings, my friend.
I mean, especially towards axes.
You are tracking the footsteps of two young hobbits.
Oh, they even keep the voice hidden.
They met someone they did not expect. Does that comfort you?
Yes, at first it sounded like Saruman, but now it sounds more like Gandalf. Oh, that music is great. It's got chills.
I am Saruman. Or rather, Saruman as he should have been.
Yeah, it's like a good Saruman now. Is he like Saruman's equal now?
Peak, I fought him, the Balrog of Morgoth.
Oh, that's cool, the lightning. It's almost like a world underneath the world there, isn't it?
Smote his ruin upon the mountainside.
It's a whole mountain and snow within the underground.
Every day was as long as a life age of the earth. I've been sent back until my task is done.
Sent back from death, okay.
That was what they used to call me.
So he doesn't quite have all his memory. Did Pippin and Merry not call him Gandalf as well and jog his memory? Is he like, he must be more powerful now that he's the White, isn't he?
Doubt ever gnaws at him. The rumor has reached him. The heir of Numenor still lives.
And that's put some fear in his heart. And like him watching is kind of a sign of fear, him always watching like that.
We have one advantage. The ring remains hidden.
Do they know that Gandalf has returned as well, though?
Do not regret your decision to leave him. Frodo must finish this task alone.
Who else knows about the quest? Is it just them?
Sam went with him.
Did he? Did he indeed? Good.
Gandalf's face lighting up when he hears of Sam.
The Black Gate of Mordor.
Wow, they're already here. I didn't think they'd be here this quick. They obviously have to get through Mordor to Mount Doom, but they're really close. Yeah, how are they going to get through this? Can I get round the mountain somehow? Or like get purposely captured and let in perhaps? Ah, more trolls. It's great seeing all of the different creatures of the universe, you know. They're pretty strong, just 2 of them opening that gate.
It's opening.
Oh, they'll definitely be seen though if they try and get in.
Sam, no!
Oh! They're definitely going to be spotted. I mean, Frodo can obviously hide himself with the ring, but can he cover that onto Sam as well? Oh, they're that close. His cape is doing a really good job, actually. That does blend in really well. I didn't realise they were like there. Did their cloaks have some like magical ability to help hide them as well? Because these were the ones that were given to them, weren't they?
Always, he's looking for it. And the precious is wanting to go back to him.
Yeah, Gollum is really helping them here, isn't he? So even Gollum is kind of on their side. He knows that Sauron mustn't have it. Yeah, it is better to go that way than trying to sneak in through this gate. Of course, Gollum doesn't want Sauron to have it for his own like selfish needs, but he still doesn't want. They still have the same goal at the moment.
No. Lead the way, Smeagol.
Frodo's seen a bit more of Smeagol's humanity than Sam has at this point, though. You can see Sam's still distrustful.
I've always been taller than you.
Pippin, everyone knows. I'm the tall one. You're the short.
Does drinking the water actually like do something to them?
Whereas me, I'm pushing 3'7". 3'8".
At that point, are you even a hobbit?
Merry!
Yeah, I saw that tree move. Oh, it's like purposely capturing both of them. Are they just hiding them though? Is something coming through?
Forest is waking up. It isn't safe.
Yeah, I guess these waking ones, they're just kind of indiscriminately eating and growing.
How did they die?
I know. We lost them.
Lost them as in they just can't be found. Okay.
I don't suppose you've seen Entwives in the Shire.
I can't say that I have.
I don't know what Entwife looks like.
What do they look like?
Ah, it's been that long. Is an Entwife just like another Ent, like a female looking Ent, or is it just like a tree, or like a big grand mother tree or something?
My lord, your son, he is dead.
Yeah, he's like, there's not even a reaction from him. He's just a puppet at this point, isn't he?
To lose his only son and heir.
That's his only heir.
Leave me alone!
So who does it go to next? Yeah, even call him a snake is so snaky, isn't he? Look at him.
When all your life seems to shrink, the walls of your bower closing in about you.
So I guess it could go to Ermor, but he's been like exiled. He needs to return. Look at it's just so sweaty. He's got like water dripping down from his mouth. He's just so slimy. It's unsettling. They couldn't have been any less subtle with him. Oh yeah, look at that, the sign of the kingdom falling apart. The flag tears away. I thought from a distance it didn't look that impressive, but it is quite a big hall there they have. It's still like a much more quaint town than some of the other ones we've seen in the series.
By order of Grima Wormtongue.
Wormtongue is his name, okay.
You would not part an old man from his walking stick.
Okay, the staff's the most important thing to get in here, probably.
He's not welcome.
But I welcome you, Gandalf Stormcrow.
Yeah, you can just see how Wormtongue is planting the ideas in the king's head.
Keep your forked tongue behind your teeth.
You have no power here, Gandalf the Grey.
It still doesn't work. That classic line, you have no power here.
If I go, Theoden dies.
Yeah, he's just been kind of living in the corpse.
Rohan is mine.
Yeah, it's like Saruman talking through the king, isn't it? Yeah, you see his eyes coming back. Oh, even his skin, yeah.
Breathe the free air again, my friend.
Now he can command them to do the right thing too. Look at that, how ornate it is. Yeah, you can't let him get out of this. Oh, it's horse heads. Yeah, because they were the people of the horse, weren't they?
Where is my son?
Yeah, his son that died. What happened to Eophan as well? The little boy they said would soundly alarm. Was that just a little side character that's not coming back? Or will we see him again? Just because he was named, I thought he might have a bigger plot. I was worried when they introduced Rohan that there'd be too many plot threads at once, but it's kind of tied nicely into the Aragorn story.
That I should live to see the last days of my house.
Yeah, he doesn't have to see the end of the line, does he? The end of his kingdom. You can still fight to protect it. I don't know why seeing him broke down, that got to me a little bit then. Seeing him break down like that. Oh, here they are, just as I was saying. Eophan and his sister.
Eomer is loyal to you. His men will return and fight for their king.
They will be 300 leagues from here by now.
Yeah, how we even catch them up.
I know what it is you want of me, but I will not bring further death to my people.
Open war is upon you, whether you would risk it or not.
Yeah, that's true. It's already happening.
By order of the king, the city must empty. We make for the refuge of Helm's Deep.
Helm's Deep. I recognise that name. What does Helm's Deep look like?
To the mountains when they should stand and fight. Who will defend them if not their king?
He is only doing what he thinks is best for his people.
Yeah, so the king isn't actually helping. Is there any other way they could convince him?
300 lives of men. I walk this earth, and now I have no time.
300 lives of men. What is that? 30,000 years? If you do a life of a man 100 years. At dawn, look to the east on the 5th day. You can see maybe even the horses, they don't want to go. They know something's wrong.
Turn this fellow free. He has seen enough of war.
Oh, okay. Just let him go. Be wild.
There were 3 who followed the wizard.
Can Grima give it away that they've got the ring somehow? Because they want to keep that in secret.
With golden flowers.
The ring of Barahir.
Ah, okay.
Gandalf Greyheim thinks he has found Isildur's heir. The lost king of Gondor. He is a fool.
I thought he was going to like mistake that for the one ring, and then he'd think they have the wrong ring.
This is not a defeat. We will return.
Yeah, they've got to return at some point and bring their army for the big finale. It was The Hobbit, the Battle of the 5 Armies, right? I think that's the finale for The Hobbit, not the finale for this. But I think there will still be a big war.
Flee to Helm's Deep, the great fortress of Rohan.
Yeah, he knows exactly what they're going to do.
They will be slow. They will have women and children with them.
So attack them while they're moving to Helm's Deep.
It's the ring he wants. It's all he cares about. You have no idea what it did to him. What it's still doing to him.
Yeah, Frodo's experienced a little bit of that.
Because I have to believe he can come back.
Yeah, if Gollum can come back from the grasp of the ring, then so can Frodo.
The ring was entrusted to me. It's my task. Mine. My own.
Yeah, you can see Frodo slip into darkness here.
Master? Yes, precious. False.
He's got Stockholm Syndrome.
You don't have any friends. Nobody likes you. Not listening. Not listening.
Not listening. This is great. The two personalities talking to each other. The way it cuts between them, it is like two people talking, you know.
Master looks after us now. We don't need you.
So Smeagol can get rid of Gollum.
Stupid fat hobbit. It ruins it.
Yeah, Smeagol only likes the raw. Pause.
Potatoes. Boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew.
Boil them, mash them, stick them in a shoe. What's Frodo being led to? That noise. Who are they? Jinx.
The Dark One is gathering all armies to him.
Yeah. Okay, I wasn't sure if that was the Uruk-hai or if it was the Rohan Riders, you know. Elephants.
It's an oliphant.
Oliphants. Yeah, they're much bigger than regular elephants, aren't they?
No one at home will believe this.
Yeah, how much they've seen on their journey. That bird call is still someone else, isn't it? Oh! Being attacked. Arrows? Is that elves? Oh, it's going straight for them. These guys must be good. They were fighting Mordor's army.
You wonder what his name is, where he came from, if he was really evil at heart, what lies or threats led him on this long march from home.
Yeah, at the end of the day, there's still people who are being manipulated into this.
You cannot be 80.
87.
How is he that old? He's just human, right? He ages normally.
It was said that your race had passed into legend.
There are a few of us left.
So he's not actually a human. So he's 87. He doesn't look like more than half that, really. So he ages at half the rate. Yeah, it did seem like there might have been a little bit of a romance brewing between Aragorn and Arwen, but they gotta remind us. Yeah, he's still got a necklace. Oh. These are the Warg Riders they talked of. They're like wolves, aren't they? They're really in danger here, just all of these people out in the open.
Come on, get me up there, I'm a rider.
How many are there? Oh yeah, loads.
You must lead the people to Helm's Deep, and make haste.
I can fight!
No!
They need someone to protect them when they're in Helm's Deep as well, though, because there could still be danger on the way there.
The lower ground!
That's it!
Stay together!
And they need a leader if the king's staying behind here to fight. If Legolas takes the rider off, what does the warg actually just carry on, you know? Still attack? They look like hyenas a little bit as well, actually.
Bring your pretty face to my axe!
Oh, Gimli's not gonna like that. I know, him and Legolas, they've got such like competition between each other, don't they?
Stinking creature!
Oh, just grab his head and snap it. Okay, snap his neck. Oh, really? Which Aragorn's noticed though. Yeah, even more weight on him. Oh. I don't expect any of our main heroes to be in danger here anyway. I don't think Gimli, Legolas or Aragorn would die here. If they will, it would be like in the finale. Will it just run off an edge like that? Really? You'd think it'd still have some free will to stop. I mean, it did look like it did try to stop when it realised, but still. He'll be alright though. They landed on a little ledge over the edge, didn't they? Well, if he is this other race that lives longer, could he maybe have survived that? Have like more durability? Sorry to interrupt, but you might have noticed this artwork behind me. That's because this movie is sponsored by Movie Palette. Movie Palette creates this great artwork. They take the most prominent color from a scene and create the sequence throughout the whole film. This is actually Fellowship of the Ring. You can see here at the start where they're at the Shire, and then I think this is the Mines of Moria. And you can kind of put together where in the film each scene takes place, where all the colors come from. So if you go to the link in the description, you can get 15% off using my code WillWatches15. So yeah, let's get back into the movie. Oh, okay. Landed in the river. He'll make a return. Return of the King. That is the next film. Okay, they're here. What does Helm's Deep look like? They said it was like a ravine. Okay.
Freda!
Oh, they actually returned to her. He actually survived.
He fell.
And now she's gonna blame herself, think, if I was there fighting, would he have fell?
Its outer wall is solid rock, but for a small culvert at its base.
Someone can sneak in.
How can fire undo stone?
Gunpowder.
Number beyond reckoning, thousands to storm the keep.
Tens of thousands.
Which they have.
Is no such force.
Yeah, not sure about that. Do they really need to attack Helm's Deep now that they're there and they know their army won't attack? And the thing is, they said there was like an army of 2,000 that Rohan has, right? But I thought most of them, were they not with Elmer? Okay, the end is approaching Isengard. But if all of them leave to Helm's Deep, then Isengard will be defenseless. Yeah, here he is. This just reminds me of like a few common tropes where character falls in the river, gets washed away, then finds someone to mentor him and force him back into action, you know? And for the king to return, make his epic return. Oh, really? Brago, who was set free, has come and found him. He did say it was a kingly name, a king's horse.
Aragorn will die, and there will be no comfort for you. No comfort to ease the pain of his past.
But I thought, doesn't she give up her immortality if she goes with him? Is she there? Okay. Could she still run off at the last minute though? Not go with them?
Sauron will use his puppet Saruman to destroy the people of Rohan.
Can the elves come and help?
The Eye of Sauron now turns to Gondor.
Yeah, once he's done with Rohan, he will attack Gondor.
The quest will claim his life.
Will it?
You have foreseen it.
Oh, okay. I don't think it will though. Not actually. It's been a while since we saw Sam and Frodo's plot thread.
Men who are so easily seduced by its power.
Who are these people?
Do we leave Middle-earth to its fate?
No, they have to intervene and help.
We pulled 500 men out of Osgiliath. If the city is attacked, we won't hold it.
Okay, so these are people of Gondor.
Saruman attacks from Isengard. Sauron from Mordor.
They're stuck right in between.
Boys! Now wait just a minute.
Well, if you're not spies, then who are you?
They can tell them that they travel with Aragorn.
Frodo Baggins is my name, and this is Samwise Gamgee.
Your bodyguard?
His gardener. A dwarf there was also, and an elf. And 2 men. Aragorn, son of Arathorn, and Boromir of Gondor.
Yeah, he knows Boromir.
Dead. How? When?
Did Frodo not know?
If something has happened to Boromir, we would have you tell us.
I guess Frodo was off at the ship, wasn't he? He was trying to escape on his little boat.
He was my brother.
Really? Okay. Oh, yeah, because they did the whole funeral for him. He just found him downstream.
The victory belongs to Faramir also.
But for Faramir, the city would still be standing.
Oh, it's his fault that it fell.
You let the enemy walk in and take it on a whim.
So he's got to prove himself to his dad, yeah.
Ever the ring will seek to corrupt the hearts of lesser men, but you are strong.
Yeah, but it did end up corrupting him a little bit.
There's need to go to Rivendell. Send me in his stead.
You?
Yeah, he doesn't trust him at all.
I trust this mission only to your brother. The one who will not fail me.
But he did end up dying. Does he count that as failing him? Now, anyway. He knows they're lying about Smeagol. Why didn't they just fess up to that?
To enter the Forbidden Pool bears the penalty of death.
Did they purposely lead him there so they could kill him?
The volcanic pool is nice and cool, juicy, sweet.
He's just like so innocent and oblivious.
Come, Smeagol. Nice, Smeagol.
You can see the doubt in his face. In Smeagol's face.
Don't hurt him! Smeagol, don't struggle! Smeagol, listen to me!
Master!
He's lost the trust there, yeah. Smeagol just doesn't really understand. And the more he struggles, the more they're gonna beat him up.
Why does he cry, Smeagol?
Yeah, Gollum's talking to him again.
They stole it from us! No!
What did they steal?
Yeah, he's gonna give it away.
Precious!
That, I guess that doesn't give it too away, just calling it my precious.
Just this once. Put it on.
No, that's just gonna corrupt him even further.
If I put it on, he'll find me.
Yeah, he can't do it again.
The ring of power within my grasp.
Oh yeah, he's gonna want to take it to prove his worth to his father. Oh, Frodo's slipping away. The thing is, he must know, like, it's for the greater good to destroy it.
The ring will go to Gondor.
They're so close as well. I mean, Gondor and Mordor are close together anyway, but they're so close to their goal. Oh, is the horse taking him here so that he can go to Helm's Deep and warn them in advance? How much warning can he give them, though? Not a lot. I guess it is quite well fortified. You kind of have to go through that valley to get to it, and there's that one wall. You can't really surround it.
And the most reckless man I ever knew.
Yeah, he's still got his love for Arwen though, but he doesn't know that she's gone, perhaps.
It is an army bred for a single purpose: to destroy the world of men.
By nightfall, I just got chills there. He said, bred for a single purpose, to see the fall of men.
We will outlast them.
They do not come to destroy Rohan's crops or villages. They come to destroy his people, down to the last child.
Yeah, all of that can be regrown and rebuilt, but it's the people you can't replace.
Send out riders, my lord. You must call for aid.
Who is there to help? I guess Gondor could help.
Where was Gondor when the Westfall fell? Where was Gondor when our enemies closed in around us?
I mean, he's technically king of Gondor. He could go to Gondor and then take up the throne and command them.
Aragorn, you must rest. You're no use to us half alive.
Yeah, he should rest now before the fight starts at least.
I'm to be sent with the women into the caves.
Yeah, a lot of the women can fight. The women should fight too.
A time may come for valor without renown. Who then will your people look to in the last affairs?
Yeah, like if all the men fall, the children still need protection. I was just thinking, can she cut her hair, pretend to be a man, do a Mulan? Yeah, look, that's only a boy, like, can't be more than 14.
Farmers, farriers, stable boys. These are no soldiers.
Yeah, they're just regular people.
Look at them. They're frightened. I can see it in their eyes.
They need someone to spur them on, maybe, give them hope.
Nelle Terrain. Dan Carmenig.
I haven't actually seen 300, but we know 300 men can be enough.
Every villager able to wield a sword has been sent to the armory.
But they've just got, like, no training at all.
Like wind in the meadow.
Yeah, like, how do you expect these kids to do anything?
How did it come to this?
That was great. The speech, you know, showing the montage of everyone preparing. A light behind him.
Give me a sword.
Yeah, they don't even know how to hold the sword properly. Oh, are they elves? Only because it said elvish music playing. And they've all got arrows, all archers. Yeah, that's the hope they need. Arrows will be extremely useful here as well, because if the other army are just up against that wall, then the arrows can just pick them off.
You could have picked a better spot.
I didn't even see him down there. Yeah, gotta set the mood with some rain. But the thing is, they know of there's a weakness, isn't there? And there's no, like, reasoning with them at all, is there? No bargaining that can happen. All they want is destruction. Oh yeah, I saw that old man. He was struggling to hold it, wasn't he? That's the first shot fired.
Faigivar. Dinalank. Anurank.
Did it have that level of accuracy? I feel like the elves definitely do. Those are going pretty low. They're just like threading through the people at the front. That can be dangerous. Yeah, what are they going to do when they get to the wall? Just climb up it? Oh, they have their own crossbows. Okay. They couldn't keep them at bay that long. Of course, Gimli's got to get in there. Go and throw in a Wilhelm scream, of course.
I'm on 17!
Yeah, keeping track. Legolas can just, you know, whip them off, can't he? One after another. Just rattles them off. Is there any way they could have stopped them getting the ladders up? Like if there was a moat?
70! 80! 90!
Yeah, just spawn camp them on the ladders.
Is this all you can conjure, Saruman?
He just jinxed it. Don't say that. Bombs to get their way in. That seems like a real glaring weakness, you know? Oh, he's still going. Yeah, that's the wall breach. Okay, I thought you'd just blow up a little bit of the wall and then they could sneak in and around, but it's blowing up the whole wall. Look at that guy flying as well. Oh, something making its way through? Okay, yeah. It's gonna barge the door down. They've given them all of this ammunition with the rocks. But now they can come up the stairs behind them, yeah. Straight into the heart of action. At least all of these archers were down here at the bottom. But yeah, I'm surprised none of the Arakai have gone up the stairs to the side there. Yeah, the shield surfing. And empowered one with the shield as well.
This is not our war.
It's everyone's war, though.
Maybe we should go. Fires of Isengard will spread.
Yeah, they can't just leave the world to burn.
Back to the keep! Get your men out of there!
No, they gotta hold the line, right? Oh no, they are. Okay. Retreating to the keep. I guess keep the keep safe. That's where all the children and women are, isn't it? Oh. Right in his head. Yeah, that was awful. Oh, right out into the battlefield. Is that not like, you know, when they pour the molten oil over the top or something, you know? And they can't do some big area attack on them there. I think what would have been good is destroying that whole path up there to that door. Oh, okay. A little side entrance.
It's a long way.
Toss me.
Yeah, he's got to throw him again.
Don't tell the elf.
Just those two? I guess because it's quite narrow, they can just push them off as they come. But yeah, blowing up that bit of bridge at the start would be really good. Oh, that's great, yeah. I do love seeing the different, like, warfare techniques that they use. Like the ladders, the barricades, everything.
Gimli! Aragorn! Get out of there!
How? What are they supposed to do now? I'm surprised they didn't brace that door earlier, though.
Hurry! Inside! Get them inside! Into the keep!
I guess if they're like inside the keep, if there's just like one entrance, maybe they can just fortify and hold that one entrance.
I will leave you at the western borders of the forest.
The Ents, they have to come in and help at some point. One of them's going to convince them.
Lead you past Isengard.
Yes, exactly.
What's he playing it here? What's he trying to do? Just to show him the destruction that Saruman has led, and then that might change his mind?
Are you mad? We'll be caught. No, we won't. Not this time.
I mean, Isengard is completely empty at this point, isn't it, anyway?
Osgiliath burns.
Yeah, it's fallen again.
There's only the power to destroy. Please, let me go.
It seems like it is convincing him. It's just taking a while to get through to him to change his mind. You can kind of see the doubt in Frodo's eyes every time Frodo says.
Many of these trees were my friends.
Yeah, this is what he needs to see. Is that called all of them, perhaps? Okay, so there was a lot more Ents. It wasn't just those at the council earlier.
Lost of the Ents.
I mean, is there even anyone at Isengard to defend it? Obviously Saruman will still be there, but how many orcs do they have remaining?
It's calling to him, Sam. His eye is almost on me.
Yeah, so close. You can't even hear what Sam's saying.
The ring drove your brother mad! Watch out!
Oh, Frodo's really losing it, isn't he?
They're here. They've come.
Who's here? Yeah, the Nazgul on the raves this time. I thought maybe that was like Saruman speaking through Frodo for a second there, as in like they're here, as in Sam and Frodo are here.
The fortress is taken. It is over.
Oh, it's given up hope. Yeah, how can you fight when your king's given up hope?
There is one passage. It leads into the mountains. But they will not get far. The Uruk-hai are too many.
Yeah, you might as well try and lead them away. The Uruk-hai get through and then they've already left.
What can men do against such reckless hate?
You can still fight though, he's just given up. And he's trying to avoid as much death as possible.
The sun is rising.
Oh!
To my coming at first light on the 5th day.
Yeah, I was just gonna say Gandalf, look to the east. What can Gandalf do to help here? I mean, he's very powerful. Just charge at them, okay? I thought that horn that Gimli was playing might have distracted them a little bit. And just out into the army like that? I mean, it's just like a death sentence. But especially for Aragorn, I wouldn't expect him to be there. Yeah, let's see what Gandalf does. We don't really know the extent of his power fully.
Theoden King stands alone. Not alone.
Oh, here he is. I was wondering if he'd show up. So now they can, they're kind of squashed in, the orcs, aren't they? Being attacked from both sides. Gandalf must be able to do something though, like bring a lightning storm on them or something with his magic. Or is it just the light enough to blind them and damage them? Okay, so there are still, are they just like regular orcs? But yeah, like bringing down an Ent like that, it's a lot harder. Oh yeah, fire, that's a huge weakness for them, I guess.
Break the dam! Release the river!
Oh really? Just flood the whole place too. And the Ents are so tall they can just they can just stand above it.
Hold on, little hobbit!
Oh, the one that was on fire, yeah. And all of this water, it kind of puts out the fires below, all of their production. I'm just paranoid every time I see Frodo now. How is he feeling? What's he up to? How much of a hold does the ring have on him? Yeah, he's just gonna hand it over. And if Fairmere sees that, what is he gonna think? And Sam's still just like so understanding.
But in the end, it's only a passing thing. This shadow, even darkness must pass.
Oh, even the music coming in here as well, that's great. It's got chills.
Folk in those stories had lots of chances of turning back, only they didn't.
They kept pushing forward.
But there's some good in this world, Mr. Frodo. And it's worth fighting for.
Even Gollum was moved by that.
I think at last we understand one another, Frodo Baggins.
Oh, really? I thought he was going to be even worse, seeing like him almost give it up to the Nazgul there.
Your life will be forfeit.
Then it is forfeit.
Yeah, he's giving up his personal goal for the greater good. Oh, and they're all fleeing, really.
Stay out of the forest!
And are those the trees that are going to attack them anyway? Yeah, was that forest there before, or is it just showing up here? I don't think it was. Yeah, once they all get inside and finish them off.
You've shown your quality, sir. The very highest.
Even if his father doesn't believe it.
Near Minas Morgul, that climbs up into the mountains.
Oh, is it a really dangerous path?
They say a dark terror dwells in the passes above Minas Morgul.
Oh, that's no ahoy, really.
Save me. So there's no hard feelings?
I don't think Gollum quite understands, though.
No hard feelings. Gollum.
Yeah, but Gollum's back and Smeagol can be influenced again.
Sauron's wrath will be terrible, his retribution swift.
Yeah, Sauron won't like losing.
I wonder if people will ever say, let's hear about Frodo and the Ring. And they'll say, yes, it's one of my favorite stories.
There's many people's favourite stories.
Smeagol? We're not gonna wait for you. Come on.
Oh? Yeah, he's struggling. Doesn't know what to think now.
And we'll be the master. But the fat hobbit, he knows.
Yeah, Sam is already onto him.
Stabs them out. Put out his eyes and make him crawl.
It felt like it was ending on such a good note there, just like the last film with them being happy, going on to the next part of the adventure, then it's gone to this ominous bit with Smeagol.
Could let do it.
Her. Is that the monster on that path that they were saying? And then they wouldn't lose their trust in Smeagol.
Once they're dead.
So he's got his own trixies now. Yeah, not that far. But look at all of this, yeah. The Nazgul flying overhead, watching. Oh yeah, okay. Andy Serkis getting the Gollum backstory. Is this how we found it in the lake? Is fishing here? I'm glad Andy Serkis does get more live action roles now as well, where he's not just in mocap.
I'm gonna fish me! Take it!
Go on, put it on!
Wasn't it just a fish then, was it? Or just a huge fish? So it wasn't actually Smeagol who found it. He got it off of his friend. Deagle, Smeagol and Deagle. They love a good rhyme, don't they, with the character names? You already hear the voice coming in.
I want it.
He hasn't even touched it yet, and he's being like tempted by it. Oh, just notice his ears. What race is he? Do hobbits have the pointy ears? Is he a hobbit? I assumed he was just human, but he's got the pointy ears. Yeah, it's crazy how instantly it had this hold on him. What was Deagle's relation to him? Like, I heard Smeagol and Deagle and assumed they were brothers, but he also called him my love there. It's like, who is he just killed in relation to him just for the sake of the ring? Oh, okay, so he was outcast because he murdered Deagle.
And we wept, precious.
Oh god, yeah, he's starting to lose his hair. I feel like this, like, halfway between human and halfway between Gollum is kind of creepier than Gollum himself. Ugh.
Forgot the taste of bread, the sound of trees.
I mean, all of that isolation in the cave, yeah.
Forgot our own name.
He kind of looks like the Grinch there, doesn't he? You got that nose and the upper lip. Oh, that was cool. The transition into his eyes changing like that. That was really seamless, actually.
Wake up, sleepies. We must go. Yes, we must go at once.
And Gollum looks so good. I do wonder how much time they had to improve him between the movies as well.
Must go. No time.
Not before Mr. Frodo's had something to eat.
I mean, Frodo, he needs to keep his strength up, but time is of the essence here.
What about you? Oh no, I'm not hungry. At least he's not for Lambus bread.
Yeah, it's just kind of super filling and nutritious, but does it actually taste any good?
We have to be careful. We're going to run out.
I mean, you don't need a ton anyway, do you? It's a really useful resource.
We've rationed it. There should be enough.
Enough for both of them, or just for one of them?
The journey home.
Oh, okay, the journey home too. Yeah, they're so focused on getting there. That's only half the battle, isn't it? They gotta get home after as well. Trees groaning. Any of these Ents? Is this Merry and Pippin reuniting with them finally? Oh no, these are the trees that came to them, isn't it? Oh no, it is. This is Isengard, okay.
Young Master Gandalf.
Even he called Gandalf young.
Wood and water, stock and stone I can master. But there is a wizard to manage here.
Yeah, Gandalf and Saruman finally getting a rematch here, maybe.
We need him alive.
Why is that? Just for info, or can they use him in some way?
Can we not have peace?
We shall have peace when you answer for the burning of the Westfold.
Yeah, exactly. You can't ask for peace now after he's done all this.
When you hang from a gibbet for the sport of your own crows, we shall have peace.
Yeah, exactly. The king has become like a really surprising favorite of mine, actually.
Something festers in the heart of Middle-earth. Something that you have failed to see.
Something else?
You cannot think that this ranger will ever sit upon the throne of Gondor.
I mean, it's Return of the King, so he definitely is.
The path that you have set him on can only lead to death.
I mean, it's kind of necessary for the greater good, for the sake of all of Middle-earth. I don't think that's necessarily true anyway. I don't think Frodo and Sam are gonna die.
Your staff is broken.
Oh? Is that because he became evil and corrupted, maybe? Of course, Wormtongue's here.
You will not always as you are now. You were once a man of Rohan.
Are they actually gonna redeem him?
The victory at Helm's Deep does not belong to you, Theoden, Horsemaster.
No, it belongs to his people, which is why he's such a good king.
Saruman!
Is Grima just gonna, like, push him off? Grima be the one to kill him? Or stab him, okay. I just thought he might just shove him.
I will not be held prisoner here.
Did Gandalf have a little bit of a smile then? I would have thought Saruman could have like sensed that coming or something. He's so powerful as a wizard, like. Oh! Fully impaled. Wow. I mean, like, just in case, just put his body under so he drowns as well.
Quickly now.
And he's like covering it so he can't look into the looking glass as well, yeah. Did he see something there? He's given a bit of a look. Did he glance into the future? I'm not exactly sure on his powers, but he's kind of like glancing into the future or seeing things that are happening in the world in the present. So maybe he saw something there.
Hail the victorious dead!
Bit of hesitation there from Aragorn, yeah. You must, you know, it's good to celebrate your victories, but it must feel bad because they know something worse is coming, you know?
Last one standing wins.
What's their alcohol tolerance like? I imagine dwarves have quite a good one. Maybe elves do too. Yeah, what's going on there? Even Theoden knows and realizes.
It was not Theoden of Rohan who led our people to victory.
Yeah, it was like Aragorn it was others who spurred him on in that final moment, wasn't it? And of course Gandalf's help with the Riders of Rohan coming in as well. I love just the little bit of like characterization, seeing how elegantly Legolas drinks it. It's almost like there's nothing in the cup, he just... And then Gimli's just burping and everything.
A slight tingle in my fingers. I think it's affecting me.
It's taken that many to get to him.
He can't hold his liquor.
Yeah, Legolas is just a lightweight in comparison to Gimli. Oh, yeah. He's seen something, he knows something.
Every day Frodo moves closer to Mordor.
Do we know that?
Yeah, I guess they can't be sure. But they know Frodo and Sam's character, don't they? They know they wouldn't just turn their back. Oh, look at his skin here, like around his eyes when it's super up close like that. Looks so good.
Smeagol did it once. He can do it again.
Yeah, he's already a killer.
We must get the precious. We must get it back. Patience. Patience, my love.
He's calling himself my love there.
She hungers for sweeter meats. Hobbit meat.
Oh, there we go. Maybe Sam knows.
And take it for me.
He was being too loud. He said he had to be quiet.
Yes, we meant for us.
Gollum and Smeagol fighting, perhaps? They both wanted for themselves. Each identity.
Nasty lies.
You miserable little maggot! I'll stove your head in!
Yeah, the thing is, they still need him though, don't they? Oh yeah, he gave that little smirk.
I could only stand there, waiting.
Night changes many thoughts.
Waiting for light to come to her. Is that like her waiting for him, but also her not having any agency in that? She couldn't turn, all she could do is wait. Or step into the void in front of her. Gotta know what Pippin saw. He just sleeps with his eyes open. Oh, he's looking into it again, perhaps? He needs to confirm what he saw. Or is he just being tempted into it in the same way people are tempted into the One Ring? But when you look through it, things look back, right? If he sees Sauron, Sauron's looking back at him, yeah. What does that mean? Has Sauron got in his head? It looks like the ball's like on fire. Yeah, cover it up as soon as you can. Is he okay? Is he possessed? Is he dead? Okay.
I saw him. I could hear his voice in my head.
He saw me. Yeah, he looked back through, didn't he? Has he revealed what Frodo is doing?
He told Sauron nothing of Frodo and the ring.
Okay, that's good at least.
Why should we ride to the aid of those who did not come to ours?
For the greater good, I mean, yeah.
I will go. No.
They must be warned.
They will be.
I mean, he did have the King of Gondor fighting by his side, technically.
Don't you understand? The enemy thinks you have the ring. He's going to be looking.
Yeah, the enemy still thinks it's him, don't they? But Uruk-hai thought it was him, or thought it was them, wasn't it? These Merry and Pippin are kind of acting as a distraction from Frodo and Samwise, really, aren't they?
We'll see each other soon.
Yeah, they can never be sure in these days.
He's always followed me. Everywhere I went. Since before we were tweens.
And now they're separated.
Now he's gone.
No one's helped get him out of trouble.
Take her by the safest road. A ship lies anchored in the Grey Havens. It waits to carry her across the sea.
So she's still on her way there. Is there still chance for her to change her mind? Was she seeing their potential future family with Aragorn? Oh, yeah.
My lady.
So she's changed her mind. Is she going to return in battle or just return in general? It looks kind of darker here, less serene.
You saw there was a child. You saw my son.
That future is almost gone.
But it is not lost.
There's something for her to fight for. Yeah, even, you know, they have these characters that can see into the future and things, but it's never like fully set in stone, is it?
From the ashes a fire shall be woken.
Oh, the sword. Yeah, of course. Reforged the sword. Isildur's sword.
The life of the Eldar is leaving you.
Yeah, she's already starting to lose her immortality. There we go, Nazil's being reforged. And I feel like that's a weapon that Sauron will fear as well, isn't it?
Minas Tirith, City of Kings.
Okay, so that's like the capital of Gondor, I'm guessing. I love this like just slice of rock that goes through it. Oh, and that's the white tree. Oh, that's great, that like green courtyard at the top.
Denethor, however, is not the king. He is a steward only, a caretaker of the throne.
Until the real king returns.
To give him news of his beloved son's death would be most unwise. And do not mention Frodo or the ring.
Just don't tell any. Just don't say anything. Yeah. What about Faramir though? Faramir might have passed on word to his dad. Oh yeah, he sits on this like lower throne. The atmosphere in this room is great.
Perhaps you come to explain this.
Yeah, he already knows. Maybe Pippin can actually talk to him properly and say, you know, he died an honourable death.
Boromir died to save us, my kinsman and me. He fell defending us from many foes.
Get up.
He was saying the right things, though.
Light the beacons.
You think you are wise, Mithrandir.
So lighting the beacons is like asking for help, essentially.
Word has reached my ears of this Aragorn, son of Arathorn, and I...
Yeah, he knows much more than they thought. But he is the steward of the throne. Like, that's his whole job, just waiting for the king to return.
The rule of Gondor is mine, and no others.
Yeah, the power's got to his head.
1,000 years this city has stood. Now, at the whim of a madman, it will fall.
Yeah, it's just one person that could bring down this whole city.
Again.
Why are they still guarding it?
They guard it because they have hope. A faint and fading hope that one day it will flower.
Oh, it's got a flower at some point during that. Maybe the last shot, is it flowering? I imagine the last shot will be like Frodo sitting by a tree, or calm again like he was at the start.
The orcs of Mordor have no love of daylight, so he covers the face of the sun to ease their passage along the...
Oh wow, yeah. A cloak of smog so they're not in the sun.
When the shadow of Mordor reaches this city, it will begin.
I know there's a Shadow of Mordor video game. Is that based on that? He said when the Shadow of Mordor reaches here.
Help must come to us.
And it looked like there was a little tear in his eye, maybe.
We're not in decent places.
You could see there with Gollum how I think that maybe have struggled with how Gollum interacts with the environment. Like the grass wasn't really moving when he was walking across it.
We're going there and back again. Just like Mr. Bilbo.
Yeah, there and back again. Sam's planning for the back again too, where Frodo's just focusing on the there.
They were once part of the kingdom of Gondor. Long ago. And there was a king.
Oh wow. Replaced his head, kind of like replacing the head of Gondor at the moment. Or replacing the leader, you know.
Got a crown again.
Oh, there's just so much symbolism, isn't there?
They don't actually expect me to do any fighting. Do they? It's so quiet.
It's the deep breath before the plunge.
Yeah, the calm before the storm.
His full strength gathered. Not only orcs, but men as well.
The CGI on the elephants, they were called, they look great there. Yeah, Mordor's building an army, Sauron's building an army.
If the river is taken, if the garrison at Osgiliath falls, the last defense of this city will be gone.
Oh, that's it, just there at Osgiliath.
Sauron has yet to reveal his deadliest servant. The one they say no living man can kill. The Witch King of Angmar. He stabbed Frodo on Weathertop.
Oh, okay. One of the Nazgul, basically the Witch King. He has some magical powers like Gandalf as well, so maybe Gandalf and him will battle off. They called him the Witch King.
Into Mordor. The secret stair.
Like some steep stairs. Is it in China where they have those really like mega steep ones as well? That's what it reminds me of. He can't even control his body, he's being so drawn in. Oh! It's like green energy. And there he is. Oh, that's actually the Witch King himself screeching. I thought it was what he's riding on, the Wraith.
I can feel his blade.
Yeah, they've already got that, like, connection.
We come to it at last. The great battle of our time.
And was that kind of initiated by Frodo there, almost? Or was it just like bad timing? The angles they use as well for these stairs just make them look even more treacherous.
Up the stairs we go, and then it's into the tunnel.
Hey, what's in this tunnel?
Yeah, he heard about that tunnel.
If anything happens to him, you'll have me to answer to. One sniff, something's not right. One hair stands up on the back of my head. It's over.
That just means Gollum knows to take out Sam first.
What was that about? Nothing. Just clearing something up.
But Gollum could use this kind of miscommunication between Frodo and Sam here to his advantage. Yeah, and this is their last defense. There's people who are already war-torn and battered. So this final battle is kind of happening at Minas Tirith, not in Mordor like I had thought. Oh, they're just sneaking past in the fog. I'm surprised they still have their torches lit. Yeah, I'm surprised they managed to sneak up so quick. Wow. Can they do something tactical to trap them in the river?
Draw swords.
Okay, it's actually Gondor who kind of has the element of surprise here now. They actually know they're coming. Oh, just let them run past. Attack them from behind, get them surrounded. That's a good idea, actually. But really, they're just kind of got themselves surrounded. They've jumped into the middle. What's going on here? Is that... Oh, that's Pippin. Oh, he's gonna light the beacon just on their behalf. I guess they all see it as a weakness, but for him, it's actually helping. And Gandalf is part of it as well. Yeah, it's not just his plan, okay. Gandalf not just like fire a little fireball up there? Yeah, what are you doing? You're still standing up there. Yeah, no one's in the distance, all lighting up. Oh, but he actually saw all of that. I mean, of course it was going against everything that the steward wanted, but it was necessary. I don't think they would have won this without it. You need all the help you can get in this situation. You need all of humanity, all of Middle-earth against Mordor, you know? This is so great, the music to go along with it. Yeah, they have this really intricate system, just lighting up these beacons, sending the message. Is this message just to Rohan, or is it to, like, basically everyone saying, hey, we need help? Like, will anyone else see these and come and help as well?
The beacons are lit! Got knuckles for 8!
Yeah, he's got to do it, come on. The thing is, that might be too late. It was like 3 days ride away. That's what they said when Gandalf left.
On the 3rd, we ride for Gondor and war.
But it seems like the orcs are much closer than 3 days away from Minas Tirith. I know they're at Oliseth, but that seemed very close to Minas Tirith.
It's tradition for the women of the court to farewell the men.
Yeah, she's coming to battle.
I offer you my service, Theoden King.
And gladly, I accept it. Meriadoc, Esquire of Rohan.
Oh, he's got like an official title. Both Merry and Pippin have like vowed themselves to each, you know. Does he? He's got his own little horse. That wasn't that one orc we've seen before who was talking to Saruman, was it? Yeah, everyone here is just being destroyed. They don't really stand much of a chance here. If it's the whole of the Orc army who are going to go to Minas Tirith as well.
We ride for Minas Tirith.
Okay, so yeah, they're just gonna retreat. And there's the most logical answer here. The Nazgûl are much quicker, aren't they? They could get to Minas Tirith really quick and easily, couldn't they? I hope Faramir, he must be able to prove himself to his father soon, or even realise that his father is a bit of a coward and not worthy of his respect. Oh, that's that hand we saw earlier. Yeah, this orc is just like super deformed. Oh, Gandalf's riding out to help. Oh, there's not many of them at all there. That looks like less than 100. Yeah, the Shadow of Mordor hasn't quite reached them yet. You can even see the border on the grass there.
You've seen Frodo and Sam?
They're taking the road to the Mogul Vale.
And then the pass of Kirithungor.
Yeah, he knows it's dangerous.
It should have been brought back to the Citadel to be kept safe.
Yeah, just as Boromir wanted as well. At first, anyway.
He would have brought me a kingly gift.
Boromir would not have brought the ring.
Yeah, we know that too.
Boromir was loyal to me, not some wizard pupil.
You see how pathetic he is now, whimpering on the floor.
Father?
Is it just an act? He's just lost it, hasn't he? I mean, to even call these stairs is a bit of an exaggeration. And the armies are still coming out.
Come, Master.
He's got to fight that temptation for now.
Mr. Frodo! Get back, you! Don't touch him!
Yeah, he could just grab it now and push them both off.
Why does he have poor Smeagol?
And Smeagol's playing the victim, yeah.
Master. Master carries heavy burden.
Share some of that burden onto me, maybe. Let me carry the ring for a bit.
He wants it. He needs it. Smeagol sees it in his eye.
Just look at Smeagol there, with like sweaty he is, slimy.
The fat one will take it from you.
And now he's trying to manipulate him. Plant that seed of doubt.
What of the wizard?
I will break him.
The wizard versus the witch.
Courage is the best defense that you have now.
I mean, they are coming. It just takes some time to get here. They lit the beacon too late.
This was yours?
Yes, it was mine. My father had it made for me.
So he's been fighting since he was a kid.
I think you have strength of a different kind. And one day your father will see it.
Yeah. Hopefully his father will see it. He won't die before he can.
Osgiliath must be retaken.
My lord, Osgiliath is overrun.
Much must be risked in war.
Is he just kind of going to send him on a death mission as revenge?
You wish now that our places had been exchanged. That I had died and Boromir had lived.
I wish that.
I know he wants to prove himself to his father, right? It's almost like his father doesn't need the satisfaction of the proof. He's not worthy of it.
If I should return, think better of me, father.
Even if he does return, will he even do that? Leave him right on the edge like that? Come on, there must be a slightly better location. I was just thinking, is Gollum gonna take the ring off of Frodo and plant it on Sam? Ah, sabotage the food. And leave some crumbs on Sam. Frodo knows Sam would never do that though, but... he's got that doubt now.
I'm sorry to wake you, Mr. Frodo. We have to be moving on.
Yeah, that was Frodo actually getting some sleep.
Crumbs on his jacket says, he took it!
I just love the way Smeagol says things. Jackets is...
I could help a bit. I could carry it for a while.
Yeah, exactly. Sam actually wants to help, but Gollum's already thought ahead.
It's you. I'm sorry, Sam.
Is he gonna leave Sam behind?
Go home.
Oh, don't bring that music in here. Oh, is it even like a more somber version? I don't know what Sam could even say or do to convince him, short of Gollum like exposing himself. Yeah, this is like the last hope for the people, but it looks like some of them might know this is them riding to death as well.
Do not throw away your life so rashly.
Where does my allegiance lie if not here?
Your father loves you, Faramir.
There's so little of them as well. Like, compared to how many orcs there are, this is just a ride into death. That's a cool shot though. Them approaching.
You sing, Master Hobbit?
Yes,
Not really the type of music that fits this setting though.
but we have no songs for great halls and evil times.
And why should your songs be unfit for my halls?
Yeah, they're all songs of like celebration, being merry. Just like in the ways he is disgusting.
Until the stars are all alive.
Will the others get here in time to help them perhaps?
Cloud and shade.
I just can't see Faramir going, like, if this is happening, they're all dying, I can't see Faramir going out like this. At least I don't want him to. I mean, it's not on his hands, but he's got blood on his hands. It was just as simple as that. Although we didn't see it on screen, maybe Faramir could have survived that.
More will come.
Every hour lost hastens Gondor's defeat. We have till dawn, then we must ride.
Yeah, time is of the essence. Even the horses, they can sense something's off, they don't want to ride. There's that kind of sixth sense some animals have.
None who venture there ever return. That mountain is evil.
Well, someone's going to have to venture there now, aren't they? They've set that up. A ghost.
Aragorn!
It was like drawing him in, wasn't it? It seems like a weird place to set up camp. You'll climb all the way up there, set up camp, and then in the morning they're going to take it down and go all the way back down.
I'm ready.
Careful. You always cut her.
To the smithy, go!
The effects of him being so small there, it just blends in so well.
Why should Merry be left behind? He has as much cause to go to war as you. Why can he not fight for those he loves?
Yeah, she sees herself in him, okay.
War is the province of men, Eowyn.
It's just spurring her on, encouraging her. She's got to prove herself. Oh, who's this? There's no Arwen, is it? Oh, cool. Yeah, now he's having dreams about her. She's here with the sword.
I wish I could have seen him.
Oh, is he seeing a vision of her dying before she even arrives and meets him?
take my leave.
It's got to be her, hasn't it? I can't see it being anyone else. Oh.
My Lord Elrond.
Okay. But he can still be delivering the sword.
She will not long survive the evil that now spreads from Mordor.
But if they defeat the evil of Mordor, she will start to heal.
As Sauron's power grows, her strength wanes. Arwen's life is now tied to the fate of the ring.
Yeah, so, I mean, he was already motivated enough, wasn't he?
You're outnumbered, Aragorn.
Then the elves.
There are those who dwell in the mountain. Murderers.
Traitors.
Oh, they're all ghosts because they couldn't pass on to the afterlife?
They will answer to the King of Gondor.
There it is.
Put aside the ranger. Become who you were born to be.
Become a king. Is she gonna go with him?
You cannot abandon the men. We need you here.
This is their chance at victory, though.
It is but a shadow and a thought that you love.
Love the idea of him more than the actual him.
I wished you joy since first I saw you.
He thinks he can't give her that joy, yeah.
Where do you think you're off to?
Not this time. This time you must stay, Gimli.
He's already got a horse ready. He's just going off. You might as well tell everyone, I don't know. I guess the more people you tell, the more people will say, no, it's useless, don't go and argue against it.
He leaves because there is no hope. He leaves because he must. Too few have come.
I guess Faradin probably was told, wasn't he? He was told, filled in by Enrolled.
I have left instruction. The people are to follow your rule in my stead.
Really?
Long may you defend Edoras, if the battle goes ill.
Yeah, she still wants to fight. I'm surprised it'd go to her and not to Karl Urban.
When Gondor's need was dire, they fled, vanishing into the darkness of the mountain.
Ah, okay. So once they do fulfill it, they will finally, get to go to the afterlife. Yeah, the horses, they already hated just the pathway here.
Well, this is a thing unheard of. An elf will go underground, where a dwarf dare not.
Yeah, it's gotta go. He's gotta do it just to show up Legolas.
It is a 3-day gallop to Minas Tirith, and none of my riders can bear you as a burden.
I want to fight.
Then he won't be a burden. Oh.
Ride with me.
Yeah, of course, she's sneaking him on. See, the orcs are much more prepared. They've got all of this siege weaponry and things. They've got orcs as well, trolls. He's just so cool when he's walking into the cave. He just looks so cool.
The dead? Summoned? I knew that. Very good.
Oh, is he lost? Oh, no. Yeah, just walking on skulls. Oh, that sound is awful.
The dead do not suffer the living to pass.
You will suffer me.
Yeah, they have to. They're cursed to. Yeah, it's like a whole city. Just how many of them are there? And how powerful are they? Can you kill a ghost? if they're immortal like that, will they be able to be beat by the orcs, you know?
Now you must die.
Exactly.
None but the King of Gondor may command me.
That's great, being half of his face.
That line was broken. It has been remade.
Yeah, the blade has been remade, and so has the line, his role as the king.
Fight for us, and regain your honor.
Then they can finally pass on in peace, fulfilling their honor.
And I will release you from this living death! What say you?
Is that a no then? He's got to convince them somehow.
Traitors!
So they just want to carry on here then? Or is this it like activating? Is it? Oh my god, look at all of those skulls. I thought, you know, it kind of felt like a beast was being released or something there. There's a bit of sound there. It was so like bassy, I almost like felt it. I thought it was something outside, not here in the movie. Oh yeah, and those are the boats they were warned about. Nothing these three can do. Can they take down all of these boats? Of course, all hope is lost, it seems.
We fight.
There you go. You see, it's like his nose. Sometimes he has a nose, sometimes he doesn't. It's kind of in and out. Are they orcs just taking him there? Yeah, just to put fear in their heart. Is he dead? He kind of looks like it.
Quick, hurry!
Even if he is alive, the king might say, no, don't heal him, let him die.
Faramir, say not that he has fallen.
It just feels like an act from the king.
Release the prisoners.
Catapult!
The prisoners? Just the body part, the heads of the men. Oh my god, yeah. There's some crazy psychological tactics there.
He's alive.
The House of Stewards has failed.
He needs medicine, my lord.
Yeah, he's not even gonna listen. He'd rather let him die. Oh, there, yeah. There it is. Sorry to interrupt, but I just want to say this video is brought to you by Movie Palette. You might have noticed this artwork in the background throughout the movie. Movie Palette, they create artwork from your favorite TV shows and movies, taking the most prominent frame from a scene and creating the sequence that they put on the canvas. You can see here, this is Fellowship of the Ring. You can see where they're at the Shire at the start. The image is flipped because of my camera. That's them at the Shire at the start, and you can see certain moments throughout. So if you go down into the description and use my code WillWatches15, you can get 15% off at checkout. So yeah, let's jump right back in.
Abandon your post!
Really? Oh, he's such a coward. I thought that was the moment they were all gonna arrive, you know?
Prepare for battle! All men, to the war!
Yeah, Gandalf's just taking charge. I saw him get hit, I thought it might have been Pippin there, but it's Gandalf. Their shields have a really cool design, but look how immaculate they are. They just like haven't seen battle, have they? There we go, a bit of fighting back.
Stay where you are.
Just stand there and get crushed, everyone's coming at you. Oh, they're flinging bits of the city that were just knocked off by the orcs. There's a bit of a satisfying squidge whenever they hit. But I thought the rubble should like bounce and roll through them a bit. Yeah, more like that. The other ones, they just landed straight there. There we go. Taking down some of the towers. They are at an advantage here, being like this fortified city, you know? Oh, he did move. broke his own word. I thought he was going to stand there and it would land like right behind him, just about scrape him, you know? But no, actually hit him. Yeah, they're a real problem, the Nazgul flying in here. How do you even begin to fight them? And they can take out the important things, like those catapults. Yeah, that screech as well. Just gets right in their head. Oh, those towers are dangerously near as well. Gandalf has to fight this Witch King to stop him from doing that scream. Maybe you can call an eagle. Gandalf on an eagle, Witch King on a wraith. That one just looked like he fell off for no reason. He just fell off the side. I mean, he was probably shot by an arrow, but still, it was funny.
Back to the Citadel!
They called us out to fight.
Yeah, don't wimp out. Everyone else is trying to get him to, but he's gonna stand up and fight, isn't he? Oh, he was just kind of frozen with fear.
This is no place for a hobbit!
But as Gandalf said, you know, 150 years and hobbits still find a way to surprise him. Gandalf's going in though.
Guard of the Citadel indeed.
I mean, he can still be useful without directly fighting. He can, if there's something specific he needs to guard or something like that, you know. Yeah, look at the bodies piling up high. I mean, if they can see it coming, hopefully kill the ones pushing it. I thought Grod would be like a specific orc or something. That contrast with the calmness. The silence was like deafening there.
Sorted by you and whose army?
This army.
Oh yeah, they've got the ghosts, of course. Hopefully that's completely stopped that attack from the south then.
What is this place?
Oh, it's still a dolly zoom, but it was kind of the reverse, you know, it's usually foreshortening, that was kind of extending. This is where that beast is, where she is, that he was going on about.
Smeagol!
Is it a giant spider? I seem to remember a giant spider. There's all of these spider webs. I mean, you don't want the spider eating him and then eating the ring as well, you know? That'd be an awful outcome for Gollum.
Smeagol? Smeagol!
Oh god, I was watching these backgrounds. Oh, you can see people wrapped up there in the webs.
Sam.
And now he knows Sam was right, yeah. Oh, I thought that was Frodo. I was like, oh, he made his way out? What? Oh, don't slip. Yeah, that's so steep. Somebody's got to turn him around. Is the bread ruined if it's like that? Maybe 3-hour rule? And those spider webs must be super sticky. They can like hold people if you get tangled in enough. Like he is now.
I give you the light of Erendir.
Oh, of course.
May it be a light for you in dark places when all other lights go out.
Or will it just draw the spider in? Oh, there it is there. It's like blending in a bit. Okay, it is repulsed by the light. I'm not a huge fan of spiders, but when they're like giant like that, it's like part of them that's more disgusting, but part of me that's like even less. I don't know. At least this one isn't hairy. I hate hairy spiders, you know?
What only one serve you be
Oh, and lost his blade as well.
It wasn't us! It wasn't us!
Oh yeah, it was Gollum, not Smeagol.
It was the precious master's doing!
He knows how easy it is to be tempted in, though. There's something I really hate about every time Gollum gets like hit. It's just so like visceral and tactile. I don't know. Just the sound effect of it, you know? Or it might just be because he's so like skinny and frail. It seems like he's like easy to break.
I have to destroy it for both our sakes.
Yeah, free them both of the burden. Really? That wasn't really Frodo, that was just his momentum taking him over. It wasn't Frodo killing him.
Sorry.
Is this like him back in the Shire? Gandalf? Yeah, I was like, it's gonna be Gandalf. Oh no, it's Galadriel.
This task was appointed to you, Frodo of the Shire.
He still needs to fulfill his duty. I thought it was gonna be Gandalf because they still need to find out Gandalf is still alive, don't they? They all need to get that ASAP. At least they could maybe like flank the orcs, you know?
And I know I can't save Middle-earth. I just want to help my friends.
But no one's single-handedly saving Middle-earth, are they? They're all helping in their own way.
More than anything, I wish I could see them again.
Prepare to move out!
I am worried we might lose. I feel like one of the main-ish characters has to die. I feel like Merry and Pippin, you know, be a very emotional moment if one of them dies and the other finds their body. I can't imagine Frodo or Sam, or even Aragorn. Maybe like Legolas and Gimli, maybe one of them.
Back to the gate!
They need to get those trolls that are swinging it, yeah.
I am steward of the House of Anarion.
Is he actually dead still, or can he still be saved? This isn't the vision he saw. He saw the fire around the tree, didn't he?
For men.
Oh, there is hope. It's rebloomed. A flower has blossomed. Will him seeing that and saying that potentially help then? Give them all a bit of hope?
We shall burn like the heathen kings of old.
He's gonna burn himself as well? Self-immolate? I'm hoping Pippin here, he's just coming along with like a little vial of medicine or something so he can reawaken Faramir. Oh, he's in sight of it, or at least the eye. Come on, Sam. Oh, like foaming at the mouth. She's got some venom or something. Sam's still on his way though. Ah, there he is.
Let him go, you filth.
Oh, come on, Sam. Stab her right in the mouth or something. And there's something just about like the big abdomen that's so obsessing, because with like a little spider, if you wanted to kill it you just squish it, and like imagining that giant one being squished is so like, ugh, it's just awful. Oh, that was like right in his head, not enough to get through to his brain, I guess. Oh, it's like ripping the sword away from him. There you go. Is that fatal though? This is like maybe not.
Don't leave me here alone. Don't go where I can't follow.
There's some like antidote they can give him. What was the gift Sam got from Gladriel? Oh, it was the rope. The rope. Well, that won't be of any help, will it? And didn't they leave that behind? Orcsney, yeah.
This fellow ain't dead.
Yeah, he's still alive.
Get into the tower!
Okay, that might actually be of some help. They're gonna get him closer. But the tower, that's the Eye of Sauron, right? Yeah, you can still hear him like groaning.
I release you from my service.
Now that he's not of his service, he's not committed to him. He could kill him if he wanted, technically, I guess. Oh, I mean, this is the face-off I wanted, but it's the exact wrong time.
This is my power.
Oh, that's cool. You gotta love a flaming sword, come on. Oh, his staff. Oh, they've all shown up exactly when they need, the moment they're most desperate, yeah. And the next moment they're most desperate, Aragorn will show up with his ghost army. There is a good lot of them. Oh, there's that little glimpse of fear in his eye there. That's all you need. Yeah, all of them. Are they gonna retreat? Oh, that's so satisfying to see. I mean, them being on horseback, it makes them more intimidating because they're higher up and you could just get trampled, you know? I thought he was just gonna like spear him right through. Yeah, he's only a little bit on fire.
You will not take my son from me!
Oh, he's on fire himself. I didn't even realize. He must have known he was actually alive. Oh, he just jumps off the edge, okay. I mean, I would say the throne goes to Faramir, but the stewardship does, but the throne belongs to Aragorn. There's always just one more thing and one more thing. The Oliphants finally here, yeah. The Oliphants, they are huge, aren't they? They're like at least 20 feet, if not more. Oh yeah, way more. Yeah, even if you fired loads of arrows at them, would they even like pierce deep enough? Gotta pull it Empire Strikes Back and make them fall over. But then they fall into the crowd of your people, you know? Yeah, they just like sweep through them. Oh, it's good. They have almost like barbed wire connecting each tusk as well. Yeah, just look how many arrows they're in. They're basically porcupines and there's still nothing happening. Kill the rider though. That's a good point. At least it doesn't have any control. That's pretty good. Take out 2. This is just chaos now. There's not even like a line of them to go up against or anything. Gets ankles, yeah. Okay, they're doing pretty well. They're taking a few down. Oh yeah, he's recognized her. Look at that, take it on 3, 4. Oh, him like the leader as well. If Faramir wakes up, he can command them now, I guess. I don't know how much him being in charge will change things now. Baradin, yeah. Okay, still looks alive. Oh, yes. No, it did go for cut his head right off. The first strike wasn't enough, but like, yeah, a good 2 or 3. She went right through. Oh, he's got a mace. Yeah, he does not look ready for this. But this is like her proving herself to him. If she wasn't on the battlefield, he might be dead.
There's knife work here needs doing.
Come on, you sea rats! Get off your ship!
Yeah, it's all just empty. Music, of course. You have to have that coming in.
No man can kill me.
Oh, the Hobbit can.
I am no man.
Right through his head. Oh, it's like crumpling in. You know, he said, no man can kill me. Is that just a saying, or is that like an actual stipulation, like a human man couldn't have killed him, even if they'd got that same blow?
Mary!
Oh, this guy's still alive. Maybe Mary can get the finishing blow on him. Well, Aragorn is on the field now. They're both coming in. I thought they might have been too far away. Oh, is he climbing up the arrows?
33. 34.
Oh, keeping count, yeah, just like before. I can't remember what the count was in the last film. Has he already reached that and surpassed it? I mean, there must be at least 20 on there.
That still only counts as one.
Yeah, technically. Maybe they should have a points-based system instead. That should count for 50 or something. Oh, look at that, like the wave of the army of dead. Yeah, they're like fluid.
I'm going to save you.
She needs to be the new queen of Rohan.
My body is broken.
Yeah, even if he survives.
In whose mighty company I shall not now feel ashamed.
Yeah, he's proved himself now. Like I said earlier, Theoden, he's been such like a surprising favourite of mine actually. Finally proving himself, proving his worth. So, is the battle over? It still feels like there needs to be more, I don't know.
Release us.
So they just kind of swooped in and finished it all off.
Very handy in a tight spot, these lads.
Yeah, they are a good tool.
Word.
But he needs to keep to his word. That's just his coat though. What? Okay. Okay, he can bring her back to health. Yeah, I was very confused for a second. Like, did she just succumb to her injuries? But no, she's okay. Are you even getting the next day? I'm more concerned with Merry.
I knew you'd find me. Are you going to leave me?
He better not die here.
I'm going to look after you.
Yeah, bring him back to safety. Yeah, Sam has the sword, doesn't he? But they haven't found the ring at all.
I don't take orders from stinking Morgul.
Oh, they don't have it. But they haven't realised what the ring is yet, if it's just sitting there on the table. Look how covered in scars he is as well from this journey.
The scum tried to knife me! Kill him!
Oh, and I was hoping it would be the little one that was still up there. A bit of an easier fight for Frodo. This battle might be good for Samwise sneaking in though, they're all distracted. That's cool, that gargoyle. It's almost like H.R. Geiger-esque. That many are dead? They all just killed each other? He needs to lose his pots and pans. They're making a real racket though, aren't they? Hard to be stealthy like that. That's great. The shadow, them being scared of it. Come on, Sam. I love it, the leitmotifs. You got a bit of the Shire theme coming in there. Is the ring with the mithril armor, or is it still up top with Frodo? They might have to go hunting after that orc if the orc has it and doesn't realise. Yeah, the glowing blade should give it away.
Not if I stick you first. Sam!
Look at that light in the background. The designer is the same as the mask of the Witch King.
They took the ring! Begging your pardon, but they haven't.
Oh! Sam grabbed it off his body.
Give me the ring, Sam.
Frodo thinks Sam's like tempted him, but I don't think he is. Even looks like he has marks on his neck from wearing the ring. It's just a barren wasteland they gotta walk through though.
We'll never get through unseen.
Is that all orcs? I thought that fire was like from the volcano, just like magma on the surface. Or lava on the surface. It's only magma when it's underground.
Let's just make it down the hill for starters.
Yeah, just one step at a time. Each little step, make it down the hill, make it across, make it up the mountain.
Let him rot! Why should we care?
Because 10,000 orcs now stand between Frodo and Mount Doom.
They need to go distract the orcs, yeah.
But we can give Frodo his chance if we keep Sauron's eye fixed upon us.
Yeah, be the distraction. A whole novel war just for Frodo's sake. Okay, what's his plan here? This is part of the bait. Is he gonna like directly try and talk to him?
Behold the sword of Elendil.
Yeah, strike that bit of fear into his heart. Ah, yeah, the perfect response there. Arwen dying. Yeah, that's had the complete opposite effects. But they're still going to go through with it. It just means his heart isn't going to be in the right place. He's going to be distracted thinking of Arwen, isn't he?
I do not believe this darkness will endure.
Really? A little romance between these two, perhaps?
It's such a weight to carry. Such a weight.
Yeah, let Sam carry some of that weight. A weight's always lighter when two people are carrying it. There we go. Finally dropped those pots and pans.
Mr. Frodo. Look.
Sunrise?
There is light. Beauty up there. That no shadow can touch.
There's always like a little bit of a silver lining. Oh yeah, it's like looking right at them. They're lucky there. Oh god. Completely out of water as well. Yeah, Sam needs to take it. Just look at him. He can't even walk straight. He's probably seen the ring too, hasn't he? Yeah, did he directly see him? He's seeing Sam as well there, isn't he?
The Lord of the Black Land, come forth! Let justice be done upon him!
Is Aragorn shaved? He looks slightly different there. Like his facial hair. Just him though.
Is there any in this route with authority to treat with me?
That mouth is so weird. It looks like slightly CGI or enhanced CGI.
I have a token I was bidden to show thee.
Ah, put all of that doubt in their heart.
The halfling was dear to thee, I see. Know that he suffered greatly at the hands of his host.
But they don't know that who he really was, that he was bearing the ring.
Isildur's heir. It takes more to make a king than a broken elvish blade.
But it is not this day. But it is not this day! This day we fight!
Oh, that's great with the music. It's got like chills run up through my body. Oh, that must be horrible on your feet as well, that heat. Oh, they're just letting themselves get surrounded? You know, if the ring goes into Mount Doom, you know, and burns, Sauron will finally die. Will all of the orcs just kind of die with him?
I thought I'd die fighting side by side with an elf.
What about side by side with a friend?
Finally call each other friends.
I can't recall a taste of food. Not the sound of water.
And he's got all of that to look forward to.
I can't carry it for you. But I can carry you! Come on!
Yeah, just piggyback him. Oh, that's so close. What's he doing? He's got tears in his eyes. Okay, he's just attacking. Merry and Pippi being the first to run in as well. But yeah, being overtaken anyway. Oh, there's an entrance.
We're almost there.
Oh, really? He survived that big fall earlier. Just like the film started, him strangling someone.
Mustn't hurt the precious.
Yeah, he was never gonna let the precious burn.
Smeagol lied.
I thought he was gonna say this is Gollum, not Smeagol, you know? I've just realised something Smeagol reminds me of a little bit. The old man from Monster House. Just, like, design-wise, like the face. I mean, like, Gollum should be easy to fight off, really, but they're so exhausted. I mean, he's still going. Let Sam fight Gollum while Frodo finishes the job. That moth again? Okay, so the moth is like a sign of the eagles. Oh, look at this. They're like steam spiraling up around them.
Throw it in the fire!
It's so hard to let go.
The ring is mine.
Oh, this music. I thought it'd say the same thing that Isildur said before. Oh, and they all now know that that has helped the army down here, though. Yeah, they know the location again. I thought it would mirror the scene earlier with Isildur where he said, no, why shouldn't I take it, or whatever the specific phrase was. Oh! Did he just bite his finger off? I mean, if it comes down to it, just chuck Gollum and the ring in together, you know? There's got to be another army or something that shows up here to help them, like the elves or something. I feel like it could just be both of them going in, you know? I mean, he had it in his final moments. Oh, it's sitting on that one little cooler bit, yeah. Yeah, we didn't see Frodo fall.
Don't you let go.
Yeah, he kind of wants to. I don't know if he would have like let go there as like punishment, thinking it was like punishment for himself for letting himself be taken over like that, being consumed. What happens to the orcs now that Sauron's gone though? Or they all just flee? That troll was. The whole tower comes tumbling down. Okay. You get quite a lot of expression out of just that eye, you know, the way his pupil dilated there, kind of showing the fear. Yeah, that confirms to them that he's alive. Oh! Just opening the ground. Okay, so it just takes all of the orcs and stops right at the humans there. There must be like something like all the orcs are supposed to die like that. It's not just luck like it stopped there, you know? But I feel like, yeah, they still have a bit of time to escape.
It's gone.
He's finally free.
I can see the shine, the light. Rosie cotton dancing.
Yeah, I was gonna say earlier.
She had ribbons in her hair.
Sam's got to go get Rosie.
If ever I was to marry someone, it would have been her.
They're still just here. The Eagles, yeah. How long were they there? Because all of that heat, you know, that could have killed them if they were there long enough. It's so hard to tell with the hair sometimes. I'm like, Gandalf? Gladriel? Who is it? Where's Sam? It's just all of this relief after everything that's happened. That music is just so good. Just chills up and down as soon as Aragorn walks in. That score. Okay, now he's finally gonna sit in his throne, isn't he? Now that he's king, he can give everyone knighthoods and things, you know.
Now come the days of the king.
Okay, that is a cool design when like paired with his armor and everything. I wasn't sure when I first saw that crown, but yeah, it kind of fits everything else. Oh, and the tree was like in full blossom there, in full bloom. Yeah, she never actually showed up for any of it, but she did still survive. A human king and an elf queen, Gondor will have, I guess. Oh, he's even showing some emotion here. He's always so stoic, isn't he? Never know what to do.
You bow to no one.
Yeah. I mean, especially Sam and Frodo. Oh, music. Like, having a king bow to you like that. Yeah, going back through everything, Rivendell, Bree.
We found ourselves looking upon a familiar sight.
Do the people of the Shire even know what happened? I'm guessing word has spread. I mean, they are showing up in like all of this royal garb. Yeah, I'm guessing he doesn't know what happened. Where's Rosie? Come on, Sam. I keep seeing the hair, you know, I've seen a lot of people recently saying about how this kind of hairstyle, the wolf cut, is back in fashion. And all of the do you wear wigs memes. Come on, lads. It's time to celebrate now. You can see the bravery in his eyes. I was going to be like, if he didn't have the courage at that point, he had the courage to climb a mountain but not to ask out Rosie. You could see it in his eyes. He was on a mission there. Oh, wow. That's not their kids, is it?
How do you pick up the threads of an old life?
Oh, it's just like Bilbo returning to the mundane life after, yeah.
There are some things that time cannot mend. Some hurts that go too deep.
He's writing a book as well. So he's just made an addition to the book, added his story.
Mr. Frodo?
I love that he still calls him Mr. Frodo, not just Frodo, even though they're that close after everything.
And the Lord of the Rings by Frodo Baggins. finished it. There's room for a little more.
Yeah, there's still more adventure to go on. Just go out exploring.
The elves have accorded you a special honor. A place on the last ship to leave Middle-earth.
Oh, really? I had thought maybe it died off camera.
Any chance of seeing that old ring of mine again?
No, I don't think so.
Sorry, Uncle. I'm afraid I lost it.
They make it sound so mundane.
I think I'm quite ready for another adventure.
Oh, look at that. He's got a bit of a spring in his step now.
Farewell.
Get going to...
Do not say, do not weep. For not all tears are an evil.
Not all tears are an evil. I'm surprised at Frodo's little reaction there.
It is time, Frodo.
What?
You can't leave.
I mean, he did... Yeah, he's finished his book now. That was...
The last pages are for you, Sam.
I thought the last pages were him going on more adventures, just eternally going on more adventures. This is like them going into the afterlife, right? It's not just, they said leaving Middle-earth, it's not just them going to explore a new place, go on another adventure. This is them like dying. And that explains why he wasn't crying like the others. I'm not sure how I feel about that.
Sam.
Those were his kids with Rosie.
I'm back.
I love that Sam's got his happy ending though. Ooh. I don't know how to put it like that with Frodo at the end. Okay, so that was Fellowship of the Ring Extended Edition. As I said at the start, I'd seen it when I was like 13, so I had a basic outline of the plot, but there are so many things here that I had forgotten. In my head, it just goes the Shire to the Mines of Moria to the elves when the Fellowship is formed. I couldn't really remember anything past that, like when they go to see Galadriel and all of the stuff at the end with Boromir and Boromir dying as well, and them like separating, and then like Merry and Pippin were kidnapped as well, so the teams kind of split off here, and in the next movie we got kind of a rescue mission, and then Frodo and Samwise are off on their journey separately, and then I'm assuming towards the end they'll all reunite, and there's going to be, you know, a big epic final battle, of course. First off, the music here. The music is just amazing. You know, of course, I've already heard most of the songs here. So iconic, fits the theme and fits the world so well. The world building is great. I love learning about all these new locations, seeing them firsthand as well, and just the storytelling through the locations too. You know, the architecture acts as a way to characterize some of these races, like with the elves, it's all very ornate. And then with the hobbits, it's quite down to earth. You know, it fits the personalities of those races well, doesn't it? And like all the stuff leaving the Shire, meeting Aragorn as when he was the Strider, all of that, I'd forgotten all of that. All the stuff in between the big points are completely forgotten. Then the second film, I have like no idea. I completely forgotten that Merry and Pippin got kidnapped at all. So rescue mission for them. And I know the second one is called The Two Towers, and I remember a battle at the Two Towers, but like what happens in the rest of the film. And then of course we never even got to meet Gollum in this film, so Gollum needs to show up. We gotta get our interaction between Gollum and Frodo. And then the final film, of course, I know it ends throwing the ring into the volcano and like a big battle, but there needs to be some like build up to the battle as well, a lot of things in place, setting up armies, bringing in armies, so there's a lot of things to still explore. I do have to admit, fantasy films are not like my chosen genre. They're not my favorite genre. More like, especially the more traditional fantasy where it's dealing with elves and dragons and orcs, that kind of thing. But I do really like this because first of all, the story is actually quite simple in its concept, right? It's not this big confusing story. It's just get from A to B, throw the ring into the volcano. But it's all of these side tangents along the way, the winding path to get there, that makes it interesting. There's still like a very clear through line of what the end goal is, you know? And like, although there's all of these made up terms and names, of course I have some recollection of the character names like Aragorn and Boromir, although I didn't know like which one was which. Like when Aragorn showed up as Stride, I was like, is this guy Aragorn? I knew Viggo Mortensen was in this, but like, did he play Aragorn, or was that Aragorn someone else? I was, never quite sure. But, even if you're not good with all of these made up fantasy names, I don't think that really matters too much, because the heart of the story kind of pulls you through it. Like, I already forgot the name of where Galadriel was, that like elf colony there, but that's not really like that important to remember the names of everything. And like the names you do need to remember, they're a bit easier to remember. Like Gondor is quite a simple name, because I am imagining we're going to see Gondor. I know they say Gondor, they said the White Walls of Gondor, and I know there is that city that is like the layers. I don't know if that's Gondor that they're talking about, or if that's a different city, but I feel like that might be Gondor. That's quite an iconic city in the movies. We start off kind of in the Shire with Bilbo. You actually spend quite a bit of time in the Shire before all of the action starts. As you can see, there's quite a big chunk there, that's the Shire. It's good to just set the tone, get used to the Shire. You're kind of seeing what Frodo and Sam are giving up to go on this journey. So it's nice to spend that extended time at the start, just kind of building up this world, and then by the time they do end up embarking on their journey, it feels like a bigger deal. And you do need some time just for like the general setup, setting up the story, introducing the characters, all of that. And along the way, we're introduced to even more characters. And we already see at that start, we see how Bilbo, he's kind of yearning for his adventures, yearning for the past, seeing how he's addicted to the ring and he hasn't been aging, just as Gandalf says. He says, you haven't aged a day, which is a bit more like foreboding there rather than a compliment. But Bilbo, he's just been secretly hiding the ring. I'm still not sure if Gandalf actually knew if he had the ring or not. I did watch the Hobbit films when they came out, but I can't remember at the end if Gandalf knew that he had the ring, or if he knew that he had the ring at all during that film. And I am questioning, like, did they change some of the backstory in The Hobbit of how Bilbo found the ring? Because it was, he picked it up, put it in his pocket, and then Gollum saw, but I can't remember. I remember like the game of riddles they had with Gollum. I remember like the game of riddles they had, and it was the what's in my pocket, and then Gollum couldn't answer, and he was like, no, that's no fair, it's cheating, which it kind of was, but I can't remember, the exact sequence of events, if they did change that just to make it more interesting for the Hobbit book. I imagine it's a change that happened in the Hobbit book that was written after by Tolkien, not that it was a change that happened for the movies. And it is interesting to see Bilbo telling these stories, and the stories we know from the movie, and we even see like the 4 trolls or the 3 trolls that were turned to stone, like in his story. We see, I think it's in the first Hobbit film that happens. So that's a cool connection, like how Tolkien probably put those stories into the Lord of the Rings. I don't know if he had had already planned to write a Hobbit book after, or like after the success, he wrote the Hobbit book and then included the stories that he told in this, you know. But yeah, Bilbo's a really interesting character. And it's actually kind of sad seeing kind of how corrupted and how addicted to the ring he becomes. And of course we see him, he even calls it his precious, just like Gollum did. And then of course the next time we see him is at Rivendell, and he is like aged so much. I do wonder if it's like the age catching up to him, like it's accelerated aging, or if it is just like him naturally aging from that point onwards. But yeah, it's actually kind of sad to see the state that he's in. I mean, especially because we've seen like his backstory before as well. And then Frodo, he's kind of like this literally and physically wide-eyed adventurous character, you know, quite warm-hearted. He's ready to take action and do what's right. You know, we actually see the hobbits, they are quite heroic when the time comes, when the opportunity arises. They do the right thing and are quite heroic, even though they're kind of characterized as quite timid and these kind of simple people that just live their lives as farmers, not getting up to much. When push comes to shove, they are ready to do what's right, which is really important. And Merry and Pippin, they are great for that comic relief. But as I said, I hope they're not just like constantly it's them fumbling about that causes things to happen. Like in the Mines of Moria, it was him pushing the guy down the well, accidentally of course, but it was still his clumsiness that caused that. And then obviously they came and got attacked. And there were a few other times when they'd given things away, like in the tavern when he had said, oh, this is my friend Baggins, when Frodo had given like a pseudonym to, you know, because he's on the run, he's being watched, he's being looked for. So they do give things away a few times. It's not to the point of annoyance yet, but I hope, you know, for the rest of the films, it doesn't happen too much, because sometimes it feels like, I wouldn't say lazy writing, but it's a bit of like a Deus Ex Machina. Well, I wouldn't say Deus Ex Machina, because Deus Ex Machina is kind of like an act of God saving someone, but it's just like an act of God, but the bad way instead of a good Deus Ex Machina, I guess. But it is interesting where I'm guessing the next film we're gonna go and save them, or at least Aragorn, Gimli and Legolas are gonna go and save them. And you know, will it be a case where they get there, they're taken to the leader, probably taken to Saruman, right? And then they're just like so annoying, they don't get anything out of them, and then they just set them free because they know they're not the right people, but also because they're very annoying. It feels like it could be one of those situations. And then with Samwise, they make Samwise quite endearing, especially from the start. You know, he's too shy to go talk to this girl who does seem like she's into him a little bit. By the time he returns, he's going to be a hero. So, you know, that should be no problem later on, right? But, you know, he had some like self-confidence issues, but he is still a really great guy. He was willing to do what's right, just like all of the hobbits were. And he's supporting Frodo like fully. He made that promise to Gandalf and he's not giving that up. He's sticking by Frodo's side for this whole journey. And then Gandalf is your kind of stereotypical old wise wizard. There's a few points where he is actually really intimidating when he needs to be, you know. They actually like darken the rooms around him when he's casting some of these spells, which is a really cool effect. I'm not like huge on soft magic systems. I prefer hard magic systems just because it's nice to know kind of the limitations of the powers, because sometimes some powers can feel like Deus Ex Machinas. But I'm not really sure like what the limit of Gandalf's powers are. I did of course know that he doesn't actually die here, or he did die and he's like reincarnated as Gandalf the White. I'm guessing that's kind of like the power structure within the wizards. He's Gandalf the Grey now, and Saruman is Saruman the White because he was like wearing white. So I'm guessing Gandalf like takes over from him. Maybe Saruman is defeated and then he takes over, or the color is indicative of power because they said like Saruman is the wisest and the most powerful, so maybe at that point they're on equal footing and Gandalf can go and defeat him. He seems much more like it should be Gandalf who defeats him just because they have that history together, right? But I do wish I kind of knew the extent of all the spells that he could cast. You know, in things like Harry Potter, you kind of know the names of a few spells, so you're like, oh, they could do this spell, they could do this one. But in this, all the spells are kind of nameless. So he does something and then the character goes flying. Like when Saruman and Gandalf were fighting, it was just like they were both kind of waving their staff around and each other were flying around. I just kind of wish I knew what the limits of their powers are, or if they like specialized in certain things, because you could have like a wizard that specializes in water magic or one that specializes in animals and nature, that kind of thing. That would be interesting as well, just so the audience has a bit of like a sense of what they're capable of as wizards. And then with Aragorn, he's kind of like this exiled, forgotten king, which is a really good trope. You know, eventually he's going to have to accept that he is worthy of the throne and take up the mantle. I'm guessing he's going to get that sword as well, the sword of Isildur, who was the one who cut off the fingers of Sauron all that time ago and who is the ancestor of Aragorn. He's got to take up that sword. Even the elves said that they could reforge it, so he's got to, you know, take that up, reclaim his throne, take his rightful place on the throne, and that's going to be an epic moment when he finally does do that. And it's just kind of this journey of, I don't know if at the moment he thinks he is worthy of the throne and he needs to come to terms himself. He needs to realize that he is worthy, because we do see like how great of a guy he is anyway. So I do think he is worthy of being a king. He just needs to realize that himself, doesn't he? I actually feel like we don't get loads of characterization for Legolas this film. We of course see how strong he is, how powerful he is with his bow and arrow. He's just shooting them off left, right, center, one hit kills, you know. But like, in terms of actual characterizations for him, we didn't get much of that yet, which is weird considering how much elves play a big part in this film. But, you know, throughout the later films, we'll get a bit more of that. I feel like Legolas and Gimli, they have this great dynamic, this rivalry together, don't they? So I'm excited to see a bit more of that later on in the later films. And then Gimli, he's, you know, quite boastful. He's very proud of his race, proud of the dwarves. We see that when he's kind of bragging about the mines of Moria. But of course, we learn things didn't go well there. They'd been invaded by the orcs. I don't know like how long that took, like how long it had been since he had gone to visit his cousin there, because there were obviously bodies everywhere, so there could have been an event that wiped them all out. But his cousin, he had like a proper tomb as well, so it doesn't seem like it was kind of a sudden takeover, unless his cousin had already died ages ago and it was still a sudden takeover. But I don't really know like the timeline there, that in that sense. But we see he's very kind of proud of his race. He's just very prideful as a person in general, even when talking to Galadriel when they're all getting their gifts. You know, he was saying, oh, there's nothing I could ask of you, just to glance upon your beauty. And of course, who wouldn't want to glance upon Cate Blanchett? But he does end up asking for like 3 hairs, and you know, they all receive these different gifts. So I'm guessing these gifts, they're going to be important later, especially like Frodo's one where it's like light in a bottle, and then Samwise is like this rope which will probably be used to save someone. We already saw the daggers in use a bit as well. But then Gimli, he asked for 3 strands of hair, or he asked for 1 and got 3. So I'm wondering, is there any use? Do they have any magical powers, these strands of hair? They seem like maybe something that could be used to heal, or like you could say like elven hair is super delicate but also like really sturdy. It's like very light but very sturdy, just like Frodo's chainmail, his mithril chainmail. It could be something like that. You could like embed the threads of hair in something to give it like a bit more power or something. Or maybe, you know, it's just that he just wanted the locks of hair and it doesn't come back up. But it feels like all of those gifts, they're kind of Chekhov guns. They're kind of things that will come back up eventually. You can't just give a character an item that has a specific use and then not use it, you know. And then Boromir, we introduce him. He's a bit bashful, you know. He's very proud of Gondor. He's not exactly the king of Gondor. It's his dad, so he's like the prince. But I don't know if they necessarily have used the term king and prince and everything. He's just like next in line to be ruler there, of course. And that was until Aragorn revealed his identity. But we can see, you know, there's a few times when he's kind of corrupted by the ring and is a bit jealous a few times as well. I think, you know, he has some flaws that he has to work through, but then towards the end of the film he he falls deeper down into it, trying to get the ring off of Frodo, but then by the end he protects Merry, and Pippin kind of gets a bit of a redemption there. And we see how his death affects Aragorn as well. He calls him his brother at the end there. And, you know, I was very worried that they were going to kill him without him getting like a final talk to Aragorn. It just seems like the most logical thing. They're the two characters, those two had like the most rivalry between each other. So it made sense for his last moment there to be there with Aragorn, rather than it just being this orc killing him. And I would have been surprised if that orc actually got the finishing blow. I mean, he did kill him, he got all of these arrows in him, but there was this moment where I thought, oh, he's gonna kill him, but Aragorn actually came in and saved him, because you can't have had that without that like final talk between the two, could you? Then with Saruman, I did kind of know Saruman betrayed them. I didn't expect it to be that early. Like, it was kind of the first scene we're introduced to Saruman, and then he portrays Gandalf in that same scene, basically. I wasn't expecting it to be that quick that actually happens, and it kind of makes sense what he's saying, you know. He basically thinks there's no chance of actually beating Sauron, so you might as well join him to protect yourself. It makes sense, but of course it's not the morally right thing to do, is it? And then the visuals, I thought the visuals were really great here. Of course, they do loads of practical effects. All of the orcs, they all look great in their prosthetics, and it must have been so much work getting each orc unique. There probably are some orcs that are reused, you know, there's a few where they have helmets on, so you could probably reuse them here and there. I wonder how many they actually did design and like build. And then I know there was CGI in here. I feel like most of it held up pretty well. You know, this is 2001, 2002, so of course not all of it is going to be great, but there's a lot of shots where it's these wide shots of the characters walking through the landscape, and I think some of them were like the actual characters, but then there were other times when they had CGI, and it actually blended in quite well. Like, I could kind of tell it was CGI models, because I think the resolution wasn't quite as high. They probably didn't plan on this being shown in such high resolution when they filmed it, but you kind of see, you can see that they're CGI, but the character movement, which I think is probably the most important, it still looked pretty good. Like, you have a wide shot and you see Legolas, and it actually looks like Legolas is lighter, because he is. So they made the character movement work quite well, so it did blend in really well, these wide shots with the CGI characters. You know, not all of the CGI holds up perfectly well, but like the Balrog still looked pretty good. I know Gollum still just looks amazing. He wasn't really in this that much, he was always in the shadows here, but he still looks great. I know he looks great. And like inanimate objects that are a bit easier to do, like you know, they go when they're in the river and they go past those two big statues, those statues look great. I feel like rock and that kind of thing is quite easy, it's a bit easier to pull off well, especially in the older technology. And then on the visual department, I did have one complaint. I thought that the fight they have in the Mines of Moria, especially with the cave troll, I feel like the start of that fight was quite hard to follow, just because initially the scene is quite dark anyway, but like it was very kind of shaky camera a lot of the time. It's quite hard to tell what was actually happening. Like when they killed the troll, the cave troll, I was thinking, I wasn't quite sure, I didn't quite see like how they killed it. We saw Legolas, he fired an arrow, but I couldn't tell if it went like through his like mouth, like the inside of his mouth for his brain, or if it went through his eye. I couldn't quite tell there. So there were a few things where it was a bit difficult to follow in terms of the action. But then there was other action that was good, like the action kind of at the end of the movie, that was perfectly fine. That was easy to follow. I could tell what was happening. It was mainly that scene with the cave troll, or even before the cave troll came in. I think just because of how dark it was and they had a bit of shaky cam, that was the main issue there. Okay, so that was the Two Towers extended editions. That's a long one. That's 4 hours in total. That's crazy. So we're introduced to even more characters this movie. This movie was a lot more action focused as well. Last movie, of course, we had to get a bit of the introduction to everyone. This movie, we had that huge epic battle at Helm's Deep. We had a lot more action this one, and I'm assuming in the last one it's going to be even bigger and grander in the action, in the war sense, you know. Even though the first film was introducing a bunch of characters, we still get some new ones here. We're introduced to Rohan, this country, and then its leaders. We get this whole arc with the leaders, really. We get Almir, who is played by Carl Urban, who is he's in line for the throne, right? But his brother Theodred was the first in line after the king, but then he was like banished when Saruman got into the king's head, and we're seeing like just how much influence Saruman had. Like even the king himself, like he was really old and his eyes were like whited out. And then there was Grima Wormtongue, who was always influencing, always whispering things in his ear. He was really the ruler. I guess like him and Saruman were kind of really the rulers there, not really the king, because they were just influencing the king to do whatever they wanted. And Grima, just immediately, the second you see him, he's that slimy, hunched over trope, that kind of second in command to the king, who's actually kind of whispering things, influencing the king that way, that kind of trope. You can just, immediately when you see him, you can just tell he is that character. He is this little slimy snake, you know. And it's like his face is always wet as well during the film. Like there's parts where you see like drops of water coming out of his mouth. He's just like disgusting in general. They did a really good job with him. He's like instantly hateable, right? I feel like the kind of story of the Rohan are almost like the core of this film, of the Two Towers, because so much revolves around them. We're introduced to them at the start, and then we get them fleeing, going to Helm's Deep, and then we get the Battle of Helm's Deep as well. Whereas Sam and Frodo's journey is obviously still there and still very important. It feels like a little bit of a side story, really, which is weird, it being that way round. I do have to say, for this film, obviously I've had like 3 hours of the first film to get to know the characters, so by this film I feel much more like emotionally connected to everything now than I did in the first, and now the stakes are raising and raising even more. You know, in the first film we had lost Gandalf. I of course knew he was still alive, but then we had like Frodo breaking down after, which didn't really like affect me this much. But then when the King of Rohan was like breaking down at his son's grave, that actually like got to me a bit. I'm like, why did this get to me and not the Frodo one before? But I think it's just, you know, seeing the reaction, and I kind of already expected that kind of outcome with what happened with Gandalf anyway. So that other one kind of caught me off guard. So I do feel like the emotional connection is a lot more here now, because I've spent so much time with the characters already. It's been like, what, 7 hours of time with these characters? And then when like Sam is giving his speech, and then it's like his speech overlaid, and we're seeing all the characters fighting in the war, and then Sam's giving this really great speech kind of on hope and keeping hope. That was making me tear up as well. I didn't quite cry, but I could feel things welling up, you know. I do imagine if there's some big character deaths in the next one, or more epic moments like that, I feel like that I could cry potentially. Depends what they do, what direction the movie goes. Then Merry and Pippin, they kind of also had their another side story here, didn't they? I thought Aragorn's side story, it was going to be them going to get Merry and Pippin again, but Merry and Pippin, they were freed by the Rohan riders and then were lost in the forest with the Ents, and they were doing their whole thing off with the Ents, really, which ended up with them like bringing down Isengard, using the Ents to bring down Isengard. Saruman still hasn't been captured yet. I'm wondering if he's going to get out of this. I feel like Gandalf and Saruman, they need to have like an epic battle again, a rematch, because Gandalf lost the last one. I feel like that needs to happen, and Saruman does know that Gandalf is back now. I feel like that could have been like a cool surprise, but that isn't quite the direction they went with it. And that Gandalf reveal, it still needs to happen for Sam and Frodo, because Sam and Frodo aren't aware yet, so that'll be a great moment as well. So Sam and Frodo's journey, they run into Smeagol Gollum finally, and he does look so great. You know, it hasn't aged like perfectly. You can definitely tell some moments that it is CGI. I think mainly it's the blending of him into the background. You can kind of tell he is placed over things, so he doesn't blend in perfectly, I'd say. Sometimes the shadows and sometimes just the resolution of his rendering isn't quite matching, and I'm guessing it's because I'm probably watching it in 1080p and it was intended and rendered in 720p back in 2000 and whenever this came out. It must have been 2003 or 4 if the first was in 2001. It must have been around that time. It makes sense why his resolution might not be as high in some areas, but then there's also, I think a lot of times when he's closer to the camera, it works really well. You can really see the detail on his skin, and I know they revolutionized a lot of things with Gollum. I don't know if they invented subsurface scattering, but they certainly perfected it here. And then like things like just his bones and muscles, because he's so skinny, you can kind of see the bones through his skin and see how the muscles are all like moving and things like that. It's really, really well done, especially for the time. And just like all the facial expressions, you know, all of the different movement. It seemed like his nose was quite static. That was the only thing I noticed, but I guess like noses, yeah, they're not like the most expressive thing in the world, are they? I just think in general Gollum looks great, and of course they probably get better at him in the next film, and then by the Hobbit films they've like perfected it. By the Hobbit films, like motion capture and CGI characters are like well par of the course in big blockbuster films anyway, aren't they? Because you get that with Smaug as well. So they meet Gollum, they get him to come along with them to lead them. It seems like Gollum's motivation really is he doesn't like that Frodo has the precious, his precious, but he also doesn't want Sauron to get his hands on the precious as well, because he doesn't want anyone to have the precious except for him, and he knows if Sauron gets the precious then there's like no parting of them really, is there? He wants it for himself, but he needs to get Sam and Frodo there, perhaps. I feel like he won't be able to let them destroy it if he is there in that moment when they are trying to destroy it, like chuck it into the volcano, you know. He won't let that happen then, so he'll fight back then if he gets to that point with them. And rightfully so, Sam is very untrustworthy of him, but Frodo, he does have a bit more hope, and we see the reason Frodo needs to have a bit of hope that Smeagol can regain his humanity is that if Frodo loses his humanity, it gives Frodo something to latch onto, you know. It doesn't mean all hope is lost for Frodo if Frodo can see that Smeagol can come back to humanity. And we do see some of that. We do see Smeagol, he helps them out a few times, he helps Frodo out, he saves his life. And I feel like he's not just saving his life because Frodo has the ring, because he could have just saved the ring, you know, but he does choose to save Frodo. So there is some good still in Smeagol. And we see Smeagol, he's got these two personalities. There's the Gollum side and the Smeagol side. The Gollum side is more evil and influenced by the ring, and then there's the Smeagol side, which is like his original side, I guess, but still very much detached from what a human is, personality wise even. He's a very broken character, right? But we see at one point he does kind of lose the Gollum side and is just Smeagol for a little while until he's betrayed. But it wasn't really Frodo betraying him, it was Faramir jumping in there, and that's what caused all of it to happen. That's where it went bad, really. It was cool when Faramir first appeared as well, they set up there were other humans helping Sauron, of course. We did know that a little bit, but we also saw the Oliphants, which were these giant elephants. So, you know, even more creatures and world building here as well. We see wraiths this time as well. So the Nazgul, they're no longer on their horses, they're on these flying wraiths. They kind of look like dragons, but they kind of have like a worm-like head, I guess. They're a really cool and creepy design though. And we also see wargs as well, which are these like hyena dogs that the orcs were riding on. I did actually see on Twitter, there's what, I don't know how to say it, wargs. There's wargs in the Rings of Power TV show, and people were complaining about the design, and I had seen the design of that because a lot of people were complaining about the CGI, and I'm quite big into like CGI and knowing things about it, I guess. So I saw all of that discourse around the wargs in the Rings of Power show. And let me know if after all of this is done you want me to watch the Rings of Power show, if it's worth it. I know it's only like 10 episodes, right? So I feel like maybe after I've done this, had a little break, do the Hobbit films, have a little break, and then get into the Rings of Power show. It might not be as relevant by the time I get to it, but I feel like I will get to it at some point, hopefully. Maybe in time for a season 2, because I think a season 2 was confirmed, right? So then this like Rohan storyline, it all culminates in the battle for Helm's Deep, which was a really cool battle. I feel like they set up really well the physicality of the battle, the like location. You kind of, there's a lot of establishing shots. You kind of know what's happening. You know, there's this wall and there's this little pathway and there's like the hole in the wall that they could exploit. You kind of know all of that. So the logistics of the battle makes sense. You kind of know what's happening at all points, which is really important, I think, for a big grand battle like that. And we're seeing like different war techniques. We're seeing them blow up that hole. We're seeing the ladders coming up. We're seeing them like barge down the doors. There's a lot of cool things in there. I wonder like how much research and influence Tolkien did, like looking into war tactics and things, because I was thinking of like, you know, when they pour the hot oil over the walls, they could have maybe done that to try and stop them getting those ladders up. I feel like there's a lot of cool things you can do with like a siege battle like that. And I always kind of like that kind of like attacking and sieging a castle or defending a castle. I used to play the Total War games a lot when I was younger. My uncle had Rome Total War on his computer and I had to go around his and play Rome Total War, and I really liked doing that, like attacking a castle and things. That was really cool, you know, the planning and the strategizing, and it's really cool seeing it here like this. And it was great seeing like the different factions show up. We see some elves show up, and eventually we do see Elmir show up with Gandalf, because Gandalf said he'd show up at daybreak, which he did. I'm guessing the daybreak just blinded the Uruk-hai, because I remember in the last they said the Uruk-hai wasn't damaged by sunlight, which I'm guessing regular orcs are. I feel like they said that in the first, but I think it was just, you know, they come up over the mountain, the sun was rising behind them, suddenly they're blinded, and then they can come in and attack. It just gave them that bit of tactical advantage. It wasn't them being like truly like damaged by the sunlight, was it? But then we also see the elves come in, and the elves here was pulled through with their bows, and they must have had some great accuracy as well, because they was aiming for, it was the neck and like under the arms that was the weakest point in their armor, and they could aim for that from that distance. And we already saw how great like Legolas was anyway. And then we had a little side story with Arwen as well, potentially moving along. I don't think I fully understand the kind of elven culture. She was going to the lake. It was like all of these people we saw in the first film where they're all like on their journey into like an afterlife or something. They do say that the elves are immortal, but maybe there's different like stages of their life like that, and she was moving on to the next stage, or she could have chosen to stay with Aragorn and kind of given up her immortality. That's what I believe was the case there, but I'm not exactly sure on that, because Elrond was talking about the mortality of Aragorn if she went to Aragorn. So maybe she gave up her immortality, but she still ages slower. I think that was something I was missing a little bit there, but she still made the decision to kind of pass on to whatever the next stage is, I'm guessing, because there was a little bit of a love triangle there forming with Arwen. She definitely seemed to be into Aragorn, but he was committed to Arwen, obviously. But now potentially that's not the case, and Arwen can swoop in there and steal him away maybe. It seems like he definitely likes her, he definitely appreciates her as a person, but I'm not sure he's quite in love with her the same way she is with him. I feel like it's not quite reciprocated as much, but maybe he will grow to love her, especially if he finds out what happens with Arwen as well. And again, I just love Legolas's and Gimli's banter, you know, they're counting how many kills they're getting. That funny bit at the end where he shoots the guy, he's like, no, we were just twitching because I had these acts in the nervous system. And then like Gimli's like little bit of insecurity being thrown, he's like, don't let Legolas see this, I can't make that jump. You know, it's really funny. You know, Merry Pippin and then Gimli, they act for some great comic relief, and it doesn't feel like Bathos where it cuts through the tension. It still feels like there is tension there, even though there are these like comedic moments and there is some comic relief. We also did learn that Aragorn, he is either like a different race or is like a subset of humans that ages a lot slower. So maybe he could have aged with Arwen better as well, actually. I just remember that, because he's actually 87 at the moment and he doesn't look like any older than 40, I'd say. Maybe in his 40s would be the oldest I'd ever guess. So I'm guessing he ages at like half the rate as regular humans, so he would have even more time to spend with her potentially. And then one thing with Gandalf returning, it seemed like at first I was like, is it the same Gandalf? I think it is the same Gandalf, but he experienced so much that his personality, it felt like it did change a little bit. Like there are remnants of his personality still in there. He's still definitely the same Gandalf, but he's changed a bit because he said back then the days felt like years and millennia, so it was almost like he lived through loads and loads of years in that time before he came back as Gandalf the White. So at first, like, he didn't even know his own name was Gandalf, that he had to be reminded by the others, didn't he? But like eventually it feels like he's becoming more and more like the old Gandalf. But is he like more powerful now? I feel like he is more powerful. It felt like the white and the grey were kind of like rankings a little bit, and now he's on the same level as Saruman, so they're kind of equals at this point. That's the kind of interpretation that I was getting from it. And what he said had happened was, so obviously he was fighting the Balrog. That was really cool when he was like falling through, and he was like holding the sword in his hand as he was falling, and they were fighting when they were falling, and there was this like great cavern underneath the world. It was almost like two worlds on top of each other, because it was like on top of a mountain in this underground, and there was snow. It was really cool. But he had said it was not his time and he was sent back. So is there some kind of greater god that had sent him back because his time wasn't here yet? It wasn't his time to die? Or was that just like his interpretation of the events that happened? He's saying it wasn't his time yet and he was sent back for this purpose, but that's how he interpreted what happened. Is there a god in this universe? I feel like there potentially are. Probably are gods that the characters pray to and things like that, but that's an interesting thought as well. But then like if there is this god, he can't have too much influence. He had the influence to bring Gandalf back, but not the influence to like fully just like stop Sauron in his tracks right now, But because there are all of these magical things, magical items, it does kind of make sense for there to be a god, and that is how some of these magical things work potentially. They kind of harness that power, and that is how the wizards can do their spells, and how the rings of power have their powers, they kind of harness that perhaps. And there's a lot of interpretations of God. God could just be the kind of power of the world, not some sentient being that's sitting in a cloud in the sky, So then going into Return of the King, obviously it's the final one, so I'm expecting things to wrap up. I do know that the infamous super long ending, like the last half an hour of this next film, is just wrapping up things. But I'm guessing, of course, all the stuff that's got to happen with the ring. Frodo and Sam will make it to Mount Doom, chuck it in. We have to defeat Sauron, but I feel like throwing the ring in is kind of part of that. And then I'm guessing everyone who's at Helm's Deep now, they're going to make their way to Mordor, and there'll be some epic battle in Mordor. That's kind of the Aragorn side of the story. He will be there fighting everyone. There'll be this big war at Mordor, and then while that's happening, Sam and Frodo will be sneaking their way up to chuck the ring in Mount Doom, which of course Gollum is like going to deceive them a little bit here soon as well. We did get that foreshadowed. The next film is called Return of the King, so I am expecting, with everything going on with this battle that's going to probably happen in Mordor, Aragorn is going to take up his role as King of Gondor, finally step into that role. There's the bit where he kind of floated down the river, and it reminded me a lot of tropes we see in other films, like in, say, Kung Fu Panda. I don't know why that came to me. In Kung Fu Panda 2, when he gets washed away, then he meets this little mentor, the goat lady, and then makes the return. Or like Black Panther and The Lion King, where it's the king who gets exiled and makes his return. I'm very much expecting this big epic moment where maybe that we think that Aragorn is dead, and then he comes back and returns as the king. That's where I thought that was going when he was washed away down the river, but I still feel like there will be some similarities there to that, won't there? In this next film, he's going to have this epic moment where he takes up the throne, where he gets the sword of his ancestor Isildur. I feel like that's definitely going to happen. He's going to get that sword and potentially use it to kill someone important. I can't really think of who he would kill. Saruman and Gandalf, they seem like the natural pair up. Then Sauron will be killed by Frodo when he chucks the ring in. Maybe there's some higher up Uruk-hai or some Nazgul that he can kill using that sword. Or if Sauron takes a physical form again, like he did in the previous films, where we see he's got this kind of iconic helmet, or he'd take up a physical form, get that powerful. and then you defeat the physical form and defeat his soul by chucking the ring away as well. Potentially that's where it will go. So I'm really looking forward to that. Okay, so that was Lord of the Rings, The Return of the King Extended Edition. You know, I thought the ending, it wasn't actually that long. It didn't feel that long. I'd heard a lot of people talking about, oh yeah, the ending, it just drags on and on. But I didn't think it was that bad. I feel like it earned everything that happened there. And there was a lot to wrap up, you know. We got the wrap up with Aragorn being the new king and then like bowing to the hobbits. We got all the hobbits returning to the Shire. And then the bit at the end with them going off on the boat. And that final bit of wrap up with Sam having like this happy life. So I really don't know how to feel about Frodo's ending there. And I think part of that is just the interpretation of what it actually means to leave Middle Earth at the end there, because in my mind I think of it as like going on to the afterlife because of what they were saying to Bilbo as well. But then it could also just be them going off to a different land. You know, they leave it kind of ambiguous. They just say they're leaving Middle Earth, and the way I always interpreted it was kind of as death. And I don't really like that as an ending for Frodo. If he's like gone on this big adventure and he's come to this realization at the end, just like Bilbo, that he wants this life of adventure, nothing will ever live up to it. So then it's like him choosing to die because nothing else will live up to it. It's quite like a nihilistic take, and I'm not sure if I like that. But then if you look at the interpretation of them going off to a different land and him going on another adventure, that's perfect. I like that as an ending. But because it's kind of ambiguous on what they are actually doing at the end there, they're just like, oh, it's time for us to leave, and you don't really know what they're actually doing. If they're off going on another adventure, perfect, amazing. If they're dying, I don't know, but if they're dying and there is an afterlife, maybe that would be okay, because it's still like an afterlife. There's still things he can do in the afterlife, because it's an afterlife. It's not like true death, you know. And then like him leaving the last few pages for Sam to feel, that's like nice, but like it should be for both of them to feel. I feel like, you know, he can still go off and explore other parts of Middle Earth, go on more adventures, you know. There's still so much world to explore, right? It can't just be, you know, where he's gone on this walk just now. There must be even more to explore, right? And this future exploration might not be as exciting and dangerous, but it'll be safer at least, you know. You probably won't have to worry about death as much on this adventure, but maybe that's also part of it, because any adventure he goes on from here will never live up to the adventure of the Fellowship of the Ring, you know, of destroying the One Ring. He's like saved the world, saved the universe. What can he ever do to live up to that again, you know? But I feel like it's a better character ending for him to maybe come to terms with that, rather than him just deciding to die. See, I'm not a big fan of that, if that is how it is, you know. I feel like it's kind of up for interpretation there. I do know as well with Frodo, he kind of had this constant pain after the events, and it was kind of, he would be relieved of that pain, but I still don't know like how much I like that, because, you know, there's people who live with chronic pain their whole life. You know, death isn't the answer for that, is it? So I'm still not sure on that ending for Frodo. As expected, you know, all of these branching storylines, they eventually all come together for this like climactic moment. Although Frodo and Sam, they still stay kind of separate, but they're like close enough, you know. It's all tied together well. Sam and Frodo weren't part of like the final battle or anything, but they still played the most important part, really. And that final battle was really just on their behalf to keep Sauron distracted. So kind of starting from the beginning of the film, I was actually really surprised how early on in the film Saruman died, because I was just expecting, you know, you get to the final fight, and it just seems like the logical conclusion that Saruman and Gandalf will have their rematch, and that will be like part of the final battle. You kind of have some like natural pair-ups, don't you? And that just seems like a great natural pair-up to put into the final battle, and it kind of subverts our expectations in that sense, where we don't actually see those two have a rematch of sorts. And it's actually like Legolas that kills him, because yeah, Legolas shot him, right? Or did Legolas shoot Wormtongue? Either way, you know, Sauron fell off and died. He got impaled. That was really gruesome, actually, just straight through him. And then it turned into the water anyway, just to drown him, just in case, I guess, you know. You never know what a wizard has up his sleeve. Maybe he could have healed from that. And I did find it funny, they kind of implied maybe there was a little bit of a redemption for Wormtongue, but no, Lenny just died anyway. So in Minas Tirith, we have Denethor, who is Boromir and Faramir's father, who we've already seen him before, but we see him here, and he's just kind of like so cowardly and slimy. He fully sent Faramir to his death, and then when Faramir returned alive, he just refused to acknowledge that he was alive and was going to burn himself alive, self-immolate with his son, who was still alive there. It's just like, what was... I don't even know the thought process. It was like the shame was in it for letting Minas Tirith and Gondor fall, and he was too prideful to ask for help, to light the beacons and ask Rohan for help, that Pippin had to do it himself, you know. Gandalf and Pippin, they went rogue and called for help. But yeah, Denethor, they just did a great job of making him really hateable, you know. I feel like this series does do that a lot. You know, Wormtongue, Denethor, they can create these really like slimy and hate-worthy people, you know, these antagonists. And you know, even after all of that, Faramir was still trying to prove himself to his dad. You know, he was always kind of living in Boromir's shadow and trying to prove himself to his dad, even when I think his dad isn't even worth that. He's not even worth the effort, because his dad was just awful. That's putting it lightly. And you see how, you know, Gandalf has to take control of the situation, really. He is the one commanding all of the army, which it should be the shepherd who is doing that. So we know now, you know, it's definitely in good hands with Aragorn now instead of Defnor, right? I did think Faramir and Arwen's relationship, I'm guessing it was a relationship that was very heavily implied. I thought that was a little bit forced in there, you know. We had her, she was obviously in love with Aragorn, and we never really saw her and Faramir interact that much, and then suddenly they're just kind of in a relationship at the end. I know, you know, sometimes you want there to be like happy endings for these characters. It just felt a bit heavy-handed, and there was no setup for that at all. But I guess, you know, we do see Arwen, she is very into like strong, well-rounded men. It's almost like proving Faramir, you know, because he's a good man, she's into like good men in that way, so it kind of proves that he is a good man a little bit. If she's into Aragorn, it's definitely a compliment that she's into you as well. So eventually the beacon is called and Rohan comes to Gondor's aid, but they are still quite late. It was a 3-day journey there. They made it like just in time, really. Of course, you kind of have to have, during the battle, everything's going wrong, everyone's dying, it looks like they're gonna lose, and then suddenly Rohan shows up, and then same again, and suddenly the Ghost Army shows up. This series, it does obviously do a great job of world building. Middle-earth as a world is just so rich. We learned this movie about the army of ghosts, and more about like the Black Gate, Mordor, and everything, you know. Is really a really rich world, isn't it? So on Rohan's journey to Minas Tirith to go help, they run into this ghost army. Aragorn, Gimli and Legolas, they kind of go into this kind of cavern and to talk to them, because they are people who promise to commit themselves to Gondor, to the reign of Isildur, to all of his ancestors, right? And they never fulfilled that, so were cursed, and they could only leave this once they had fulfilled that pledge. And of course, this is their like one opportunity to, but you do see at first they deny it. And I think that was actually quite clever because, you know, you could think, well, why would they? They're still like ghosts, they're still in Middle Earth. You know, obviously there's things they can't have, they can't eat, they can't like feel things. It's not like the same experience as actually being there as a physical being, but they can still socialize within themselves. So it's still like they have their like own little society there. So like you might think, oh, why would you want to give that up perhaps? But they do end up joining, and I'm guessing after that they get put into an afterlife, like a positive afterlife, whatever the equivalent of heaven is. And speaking of like the different people who show up to help, you know, we have Rohan showing up to help. We even have people from the enemy side showing up to help with the Oliphants, and then we have the army of the dead showing up. But I'm surprised we didn't get much of the elves. The elves kind of stayed out of it. We had Arwen show up at the end there when it turns out she was still alive. Is it just because we saw a lot of the elves, they were like making their way to the afterlife? That was what they were doing with Arwen at the start. Is it because most of them were doing that? I don't know. It seems like it's such an important event, such an important war, that you would get every single like being in Middle Earth to be there for the fight, you know, is like, it was basically just a fight for the humans and those ghosts against all of the orcs and everything. It wasn't really a fight of Middle Earth against the orcs, you know. That's something that was surprising to me. I thought, even though obviously the fight was big in scale, I thought it would be big in scale in the sense of like the different species fighting as well, you know. And like, speaking of fights, one thing that I really love with movies is you usually have like this big epic fight for the spectacle, which, you know, is big and epic, but the stakes of it are usually too high for like a loss to happen. And then you also have a second conflict where it's much more personal. The stakes are lower, but they're much more personal stakes, and there's it's like a situation where you can lose without there being like huge stakes, and it's just more personal. And I always love that kind of second fight, and that's kind of what we get here. We get like the battle at Minas Tirith and the battle at the Black Gate, but then we get like the more personal stuff with Sam and Frodo that's really grounded. Of course, the stakes there are still really huge, you know, it's still the end of the world getting the ring in, but there's also the personal stakes on Frodo and Sam going to come out of this alive, everything that was happening with Gollum as well. So I really love that kind of trope, the big battle and the more personal battle happening at the same time, you know. So then with Frodo and Sam and Gollum, of course in the last film they set up like Gollum was planning to betray them. They go up this hidden passageway, up these stairs into this cavern where this giant spider is. You know, I find giant spiders really weird in media because they're like scarier than regular spiders in some ways, but also not in other ways. I feel like it kind of balances out. They're like just as scary as regular spiders for me. Regular spiders, like part of it is the way they move, and the big spiders, they still move in that kind of weird, creepy way. But then there's not the fear of like having lots of spiders on you, like crawling over you. That's something that's like really creepy. But then there's like this giant spider, and it is still like creepy. And with that, I don't know if you'd call it a fake out for Frodo's death when he gets like impaled by that spike, but it's certainly like a life-changing blow, isn't it? And I'm surprised that wasn't also like brought up again in the same way this attack on his shoulder was by the Nazgul, just because, you know, that would have like fully impaled him, right? And it was like in his like stomach area, right? So I thought that would have been like a continuous injury as well. It probably was, but they just didn't mention it in the same way they mentioned his shoulder injury as well. That is kind of like a death fake out, but you know it can't really be just because they need to have this like final conflict in the volcano, right? And with Frodo, we kind of constantly see his struggle with the ring. He is just constantly struggling throughout this movie and throughout all of the films to carry this burden. And we see, you know, just how much the ring is corrupting him mentally as well. He's starting to distrust Sam, but part of that distrust is also planted by Gollum. Gollum was quite conniving in this one, scheming away, you know, throwing off the bread and then blaming Sam for it, planting that seed of doubt in Frodo's mind about Sam wanting the ring for himself. And then Frodo himself, he's like getting a bit addicted to the ring as well. We see at the end there, it mirrors what happened with Isildur, where Isildur took the ring for himself. I did think maybe they'd use like the exact same wording as well, like why not, why shouldn't I keep it, just to really hammer home that parallel, but they don't. It is slightly different, but it's still a very obvious parallel, right? And it is so heartbreaking seeing Sam being so innocent and being blamed for this. It's always heartbreaking when someone, you know, they're innocent but they're being blamed for everything, and just like they can't get it through that they're innocent, you know. But that was just like master planning from Gollum, that plotting it against Sam, wasn't it? Because Sam always knew that Gollum was up to more. He'd heard Gollum speaking when he was like falling asleep and things of that sort, and even Gollum speaking in his sleep, you know. Sam definitely knew more than Frodo did, and like you can't blame Frodo as well. He's obviously paranoid and being manipulated. It's a real sticky situation there. I was definitely surprised when Gollum made his return, just because of that giant fall. That was a really big fall he took. I'm very surprised that he survived that, you know. But I was also like thinking, is he there at the end? Because in my mind, I just have this vision of how it should have ended. Hishi, I have like of Gollum chasing after the ring into the lava, and I'm like, that's obviously the Hishi ending, but is he there in that final bit? And it turns out that he was. You know, he shows up, tries to get the ring, bites off Frodo's finger to get the ring. It is quite funny when he's like on Frodo's back and Frodo's invisible, so he's just like Gollum bouncing around in the air, looks like he's flying. And I was wondering, you know, just because Frodo is so corrupted by the ring, was Samwise just gonna shove both of them off? You know, just for obviously it would be super hard for him. He's such good friends with Frodo, but for the sake of humanity, for the sake of Middle Earth, it could be worth that sacrifice. That would be a very difficult decision to make, but I feel like it could have happened. Sam has to be one of my favorites of this whole trilogy. Just, you know, his sheer determination and just like positivity in the face of all of this destruction. He's not always positive, you know, but in general he is quite positive. And like when he's picking up Frodo and carrying him on his back, he's like, I can't carry the ring, but I can carry you. Like when there's this moment where they're sitting on the volcano, there's a last little stretch, and Sam, he's just looking determined. I almost teared up there as well. I teared up a few times here, as you saw. But like, if I feel like if that shot held on him any longer, I definitely would have cried there. I always love that kind of self-sacrifice trope and like the pure determination, just constantly like pushing on, you know, the constantly pushing on in the face of like pure destruction with like insurmountable odds ahead of you, but you're still trying, still pushing ahead. That's such a great like theme that I love in movies, you know. And Sam, it feels like Sam does embody that. And then at the end, he gets his happy ending with Rosie. That was just, you know, I feel like me crying at the end there, it was because, you know, it's great seeing Sam get his happy ending, but also the kind of decompression of all of these events that happened after the trilogy, comprehending all of it, you know. I'm obviously wearing a different outfit. I'm filming this the day after I did all the recording, but in between that I did see this TikTok and it was just talking about the positive masculinity of the Lord of the Rings, and I just completely agree. You know, we have all of these really great male role models, and they're all, you know, very open in their emotion as well, especially with Sam. Sam cries so much throughout this, but he's never like shamed for it, and it's never like a moment where you're like, oh, Sam's such a crybaby. He's crying for good reason, obviously, but he's very like in touch with his emotion, and we see all of these great friendships and bonds between all of these male characters. Legolas and Gimli, although it starts off, you know, as a rivalry, it's kind of like a banterous rivalry. It was great them bringing back like the body count, them saying how many they'd killed, you know. I just think this series in general, there's a lot of great role models. Of course, there's some not great ones, but they're the villains, you know. All of like the main cast are all really great role models, and you know, they're not static. Sometimes maybe they don't even necessarily start off as good role models, but they all grow and change into these great men, especially like if you think the example of Aragorn, or like Faramir, him overcoming this kind of plight from his father, overcoming this need to impress his father, Aragorn finally living up to his destiny, becoming the king, accepting that responsibility, and then Sam and Frodo's determination to always press on. There's some really great characters in here, but then also there are some good female characters as well. Arwen, with her defeating the Witch King, you know, there's that line where she says like, I am no man, and I do wonder about that kind of stipulation that no man can kill me. Was that just no human or no male? If a guy had just got that same like headshot on him, would he actually have died? I don't know. Like, was there actually like some mystical stipulation that a man couldn't kill him, and that was just like a way to get around it, her being a woman? Or was it actually just like a saying that he had, you know, just because he's so powerful, people said, oh, no man could kill him, even though it was like technically possible? There probably isn't an answer for that, but I feel like that could be interpreted either way. As soon as I like found out about the Witch King, I did think, oh, it will be Gandalf to take him down then, because Gandalf's kind of natural enemy, Saruman, had already died earlier in the film. I thought, oh, the Witch King will take that place, but that wasn't really the case. We do see them both fight each other, and the Witch King like destroys Gandalf's staff, which I was really surprised at actually. Gandalf, for some of the film, he like just has his sword. I'm guessing he can still do some magic though. Like the staff is just like a conduit for the magic. Was he like completely powerless without his staff after that? I'm trying to think if we actually see him like do any spells or anything, you know. So in this film we have this battle of Minas Tirith, and in the previous film we had the battle for Helm's Deep. I definitely think the battle for Helm's Deep I preferred, but I think part of that is like the logistics. The battle for Helm's Deep, it was so like simple in its logistics. You knew there was this front gate, there was like this place that's vulnerable, and there was this like path upwards to the side. Whereas I feel like the Minas Tirith battle, you weren't as familiar with the architecture. You kind of knew about these layers, but they didn't quite use the architecture in the battle as much. We just saw like bits of it crumbling, and they did technically use the architecture, literally chucking bits of Minas Tirith at the enemy, but it's not like the logistics of the fight weren't quite as like advanced and fought out as the Helm's Deep fight. But that doesn't mean it wasn't still a great battle. There was still some great moments. The Oliphants showing up, obviously Rohan shows up, so there are still these great moments, but there isn't this kind of sense of the world and the logistics of the battle. Like we have those boats that were coming in from the south, but like in my head I'm like, I don't know where they're coming in relation to Minas Tirith. Obviously, I know it's coming in from the south, but that doesn't really mean much to me as a viewer, you know? So the logistics of the fight weren't quite as clear, but I don't think they necessarily needed to be. The fight still served its purpose. And then we get the kind of continuation of that fight in the fight at the Black Gate. That fight, you could tell it was a last-ditch effort. Obviously, they knew they were kind of going to their death. They were only doing it to distract Sauron so Frodo and Sam could destroy the ring. And at that point, you know, we had kind of the mouth of Sauron, I believe we have them say, oh, Frodo and Sam are dead anyway, don't even try. I guess like Sauron, he didn't really know what was happening. It was probably quite confusing, like why are they here? But they were just there as the distraction. It was a great moment between Legolas and Gimli as well, that I never thought I'd die fighting side by side with an elf or about side by side with a friend. That's a great moment. But I think tactically in that fight, I mean, it was obviously like a suicide mission anyway, but they just let themselves be surrounded like that. You know, it wasn't a great plan. But also, like, the ending of that fight when the earth opens up and swallows all of these orcs, but very conveniently just like goes around them, you know, that was a bit Deus Ex Machina, I guess. I don't know if there was any kind of stipulations that when Sauron dies, all of the orcs would die with him. That's what I thought. I thought maybe the orcs would just all collapse or something, but the earth opened up and like ate them, and I don't know if that was like purposely eating the orcs and leaving the humans alive in that little like island it left them, or if that was just like pure coincidence, Deus Ex Machina, that it didn't hit them, you know. It just felt very convenient. I really liked Merry and Pippin's roles in this as well, both of them kind of mirroring each other, committing themselves to a different kingdom, to a different king. I was very worried about them as well, just in terms of would they make it out of this alive. You know, it's a final film of this big trilogy, so you are wondering who could die here. It kind of felt like one of them would die and that would make for a real tragic death, one of them seeing the other, and we did almost get that. They kind of faked us out on that, but in the end both of them were alive. You could have seen that being a reality. I feel like also Legolas and Gimli, I feel like they could have died to spur on the other characters. I don't think Aragorn could have died just because he still had this duty to fulfill. Maybe if he had fully fulfilled this duty already and become the king of Gondor, maybe I could see him dying, but I couldn't see him dying before that had actually happened, unless it was some like heroic moment to prove himself as king, to prove that he would be a good king and prove himself like committed to Gondor in some way like that. Maybe that's how they could have done it, but he ended up surviving anyway. I feel like the death toll of like the main cast wasn't that great anyway. You know, some series they go really hard on that and just decide to kill off a lot of the mainish characters. But this one, most of them survived towards the end anyway, or they survived like the main battle. We did lose potentially Gandalf and Frodo and Bilbo at the end, depending on what your interpretation of that is. Of course, this is the extended edition I watched, and I do always wonder what was included in the extended edition that wasn't in the standard edition. And there was this kind of little side plot of Frodo and Sam disguising themselves as orcs, and that didn't really last that long. It was just kind of this quick like 10-minute thing. I do wonder if that was in the original. Was that something that they had cut for time wise? Because I feel like that didn't really add too much to the film. It didn't really serve much of a purpose narrative wise, so I could see if that was cut. And I'm not sure like what else. There probably are like smaller scenes within sections of the film rather than like whole chunks like that example that I just gave. That's probably how they do it, right? Just little bits here and there just to trim off the fat, you know. And then, you know, just big shout out to the music. So many times in this I got chills or teared up for the music. That was always just really great. That's just a good constant throughout the films, how good the music is. And kind of the execution of the music, because you can have like really good music in a movie or show, but it's the execution of when to place those musical cues that's so important as well. There's always these moments where someone is like riding through a field where they play this big bombastic epic music to really get you into it, suck you into the world, right? I feel like the execution on the music here is great as well. And then visually as well, there's just lots of really great stuff. I thought the elephants looked pretty good. Gollum, again, he is just like this kind of revolutionized some of the CG work with the subsurface scattering and things. And I think he did look even better here than he did in the Two Towers as well. He did look really great here. I did think, like, cinematography wise, there's a few moments I noticed like, oh, this is cool what's happening visually, but maybe it could have been like visually more cinematic. I don't really know like the proper way to describe it. There's a few shots where, you know, they're using the rule of thirds, a character is off to the third, and I think maybe if they were like fully symmetrical in the frame, that would be cooler, but maybe that's just kind of my modern sensibilities of filmmaking coming in there, and what I think is more cinematic by today's standards compared to 2003 standards or something along those lines. That could be what I was like thinking there, perhaps. I can't think of like a specific example off the top of my head, but maybe I'll pop some up on screen if I can go back and see them while I'm editing. And of course, on the visual department, all of the practical effects, all of these orcs, they have so many unique designs for the orcs and so many extras, so many extras. There were some orcs that I really loved the design of. There was this guy without a nose. I really liked him for some reason when Sam and Frodo were off on their little side adventure when they were disguised as the orcs. And kind of as you'd expect, the practical effects, they hold up better than the digital effects, don't they? You know, there's a few moments of like Legolas when he's surfing down the elephant. Of course, like physics wise, it's a bit out there and over the top. We know he is like lighter than an actual human, but like physics wise, that kind of pulls you out of it, I guess, a bit, because you think this is something that couldn't actually be happening. And then combined with, you know, some CGI, maybe it's got a bit of motion blur or the resolution isn't quite up to today's standards. It doesn't quite hold up. Whereas practical effects, they're kind of everlasting mostly, aren't they? Unless you get a remaster, you know, in 50 years where it's in like 8 or 16K, when it's so high resolution you can like see the seams on the practical effects or something, you know. These films, they weren't designed to be seen in like higher resolutions, especially if they're filmed on film. If they're filmed on digital, there's not really much you can do to upscale them, but if they are on film, they're probably not designed to be in these huge resolutions, but you know, they still like to remaster them in that way, and the practical effects do usually hold up much better than the digital. I'm also well aware of the context of these books being written by Tolkien, him being a World War I veteran. I'm not sure if he partook in World War II as well, but he wrote these, or at least maybe The Hobbit, after World War I, and you can kind of see that here. I did see this Twitter thread about something that was left out from the books, which was the scorching of the Shire. I saw that in between the recording of the reaction and now, and it's about when Frodo and Sam actually came back home, that the Shire had basically been destroyed. It's like not the same, and that's something that a lot of war veterans go through when they're returning home. They return home, but home isn't quite the same. I think especially like after World War II, imagine returning home and you see all of the bombings and everything everywhere has been destroyed, you know. So I definitely think analysing these through a lens of them being written by a war veteran, it makes a lot of sense, really. You know, these movies, they have a more happy ending. I think that fits a bit better in terms of your kind of Hollywood ending, I guess. I don't know how much I would have liked them returning and seeing the Shire like completely destroyed. It obviously would have been realistic in the sense of war, but I think they deserve a break, you know, they maybe deserve a happy ending. They've already been through so much. You could see just how much I like the ending with Samwise finally living his happy life from my reaction, you know. I think if they took that away from him, it would have just been even worse. But that's how it is sometimes in reality, you know, a war hero coming back and his love interest got killed or is married to someone else at this point. You know, they could have made that a bittersweet ending. In the time they've been away, someone else has swooped in and taken Rosie away from him. Not that Rosie was ever like committed to him anyway, but like that could have been something they addressed and did there. I am surprised though, with that in mind, that there wasn't really much talk of like the PTSD. I think like even with Bilbo, we don't see Bilbo with PTSD. We see Bilbo with this urge for adventure, and we see the same with Frodo as well. They want to get back out there, but I don't feel like, you know, with war, you like the camaraderie and everything, but it's the going back, like this yearning for returning to the battlefield. I'm not sure how I feel about that, but that could have been something that Tolkien went through himself, and it probably isn't the yearning for the battlefield, it's the yearning for this sense of adventure. You are doing something of importance with your life, you're like contributing, and you've probably got friends in the army, you know, that kind of banter that you have with your like war buddies, I guess. That's probably what he's yearning for, not yearning to be back on the battlefield, life on the line, potentially dying and having to kill people, you know. Okay, I've been talking for a long time here. I'm just gonna go over a few more moments that I really love just to wrap this up, and a few characters. The moment I really love is when the people of Gondor are bowing to the hobbits. You know, they bow to Aragorn because he is the new king, but in reality, you know, he sees them as equals. They all had their part to play in this great battle and to save Middle-earth, and it was just like so overwhelming seeing him bow to them. Just kind of the significance and the symbolism of a king bowing to another person, and it's just these like four little hobbits, these four simple little hobbits. As Gandalf says, you know, he's known hobbits for hundreds of years and they still find ways to surprise him. And you know, we see that with Merry and Pippin. They step up here, you know, that constantly throughout the trilogy they are stepping up and doing what is right, you know, stepping into these roles, these kind of heroic roles. From the get-go, Merry and Pippin, they were willing to help Sam and Frodo, and then they just kind of got roped into this for the rest of it, didn't they? I didn't expect Arwen to become the queen after Theoden died. I expected it to go to Elmir, just because, you know, it's Karl Urban, and the way succession of the crown usually goes, it goes to their men, right? So I didn't expect it to go to her. I do think she's definitely a good fit for the role. I just assumed it would go to Ealmir just because, you know, he was a man, I guess. But I did really love Theoden. As I said multiple times, he became kind of a surprise favourite of the trilogy for me. I think it's because he's not as well known. You know, you think of Lord of the Rings, you think of Legolas, you think of Gimli, you think of the Hobbits, you think of Gandalf. You don't think of him. And, you know, he starts off as a little bit of an antagonist, him being corrupted by Saruman, but his, like, redemption was really great, and he has a lot of these really good moments of, like, speeches. You know, when he's talking to Saruman, that was a really great moment. He has a lot of really great moments, and he just became this, like, surprise standout character for me that I ended up really loving. Oh yeah, it was nice at the start seeing Gollum's backstory, seeing Andy Serkis in live action, especially back in the day, because he was always in, you know, his stop motion. He was for this, he was for the Planets of the Apes movies. He's so good at stop motion, it's just crazy. His like vocal range as well, but he is great in live action as well. So it is nice to occasionally spot him in live action as well, because he deserves that recognition. You know, when you're just like a voice actor or a mocap actor, you don't get that same like notoriety as other actors, even if you're just as good, because your face isn't like associated with the characters, you know. But that does mean, you know, he is such like a chameleon. He can step into all of these different roles really well, playing like completely different characters. You know, Gollum and Caesar, they're just so like worlds apart, aren't they? But they are just so great. Also, with Gollum, was he human? I don't know what species he was. I mentioned that as well during the reaction. Was because he had the kind of pointy ears. He kind of looked like a hobbit at one point, and he is similar in proportion to the hobbits, especially when he's like in his now Gollum form instead of his like Smeagol form. That was also really creepy, the transformation into Gollum from Smeagol into Gollum, where this kind of half in between. I feel like that half in between was almost creepier than Gollum himself, because, you know, you had some of the practical effects there, but there was like these moments of transition when he like blinked and his eyes were bigger. You know, that was a really great and seamless effect that they did there. It was really cool. I also love the touch at the end of Frodo finishing or like building that addition to Bilbo's book. I do wonder, in the books of The Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit, are they actually writing the books? You know, is it from their perspective almost like we're reading this book that he is writing, or in the book do they actually write those books as well, or is that something they added for the movie? Because I feel like that's something they do a lot. They have like the characters write the book, and then the book is the actual book that the movie's based on. You know, that's like a theme that some things do. I do wonder if that was movie original, and, you know, is there anything else that is movie original? Obviously there probably is some stuff that is cut. You know, the nature of adaptation, you can't adapt everything, even though these extended editions, they very much try to. They are so long. There's like, I don't know how long it is in total. Is it like 12 hours? You know, this one, it was 4 hours 20 minutes, which is just ridiculous. You know, some of that is the credits as well. It's such a long journey, but I think it is so worth it, and it does earn that length. It builds just the epicness and the scale of this story so well. So I think that's everything. Thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed this. If you did, consider leaving a like or a comment. If you've stuck all the way to the end of this discussion, a big thank you. I know this is a long one. It's a very long video, and it kind of has to be because it's such a long film, but thank you for watching. I really appreciate it. I really hope you enjoyed this. If you stuck around, I'm assuming you did, so be sure to subscribe, all of that, and I'll catch you in the next series. I will do The Hobbits and potentially the Rings of Power TV show eventually at some point. I want to give it a bit of time in between though, because next I'm going into the Harry Potter universe, so I hope you look forward to that. So thanks for watching. Bye.